Welcome back, everyone, to the second part of the Masters matchup first round cast. Uh, Joining me today, we have a slightly different host of casters. We'll do a brief round of reintroductions. For those of you who don't know, I'm Matt, or Matt Carmack specifically. I tend to run the matchup casts and have also done live streams for the U.S. Masters 2 different times. Joining me today, I have Adam Ballard.
Hello.
I've got Felix Castro.
Hello.
I've got Michael Sigler.
Hello.
And not with us just yet, but who will be joining us shortly after we get started will be Jason Burr.
So sir not appearing in this cast.
Sir not appearing in this cast. But yeah, we're going to get right on into it with table 17. So let me go ahead and pull that up for y'all. We've got Grant Feder versus Dan Wright of British Columbia. So, because apparently there are two of them both out of the Pacific Northwest with the exact same name and spelling.
At least they're playing different armies.
This is true. Adam, if you want to go ahead and read off Grant's list for us, and Felix, if you want to start off with Dan's.
Sure thing. Grant is taking the Angels again. So he's got 2 troops of Gur Panthers, 2 regiments of Paladin Knights, both with Aegis Fragment, one with J Boots, the other with Caterpillar, 2 regiments of Elohi, 2 hordes of Elohi. Both are the hordes have Blessing of God and Brew of Strength. An early Elohi with a Blade of Slashing, Paladin on Dragon with Chant of Hate, Aegis Fragment, and Samacris, the Mother of Phoenixes. So 11 drops, 21 unit strength.
Okay. All right. For Dan Wright, British Columbia, he's bringing Forces of Nature. You start off with 2 hordes of Salamander Primes, one with the Brew of Sharpness, the other one with Sir Jesse's Boots. Then you've got 2 regiments of Hunters of the Wild, naked. Then you've got 2 hordes of Scorch Wings, also naked. Then a horde of the Riverborn Naiad Worm Riders. Those are the special Naiads that came out in Clash 22. Then you've got 2 Greater Air Elementals with Lightning Bolt 3 for both. Then you got a Druid with the Conjurer Staff, Bane Chant 2, and Surge 4. Then a Gladewalker Druid, replacing Heal 4 with Surge 8. Knowledgeable, and then the Library Celestial Restoration. Then a Salamander Veteran with the Guiding Flame, which is the elite melee aura for Salamanders. Then, oddly enough, his allies packages is Goblins, and it is 2 regiments of Rabble. So 14 drops, 29 unit strength.
That Rabble seems odd.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a modeling choice, or what he had painted, or needs cheap something. I don't know. Like, yeah, it seems odd to me as well.
Sometimes you have 150 points and don't know what to do with it.
Devlin brings up a good point in the chat. That Gladewalker Druid is not the Ring of Harmony Gladewalker Druid, which seems incorrect.
Also accurate. Correct. Yeah, I don't know. So what does everyone think of, Grant's, he's running this list for quite a long time. I know it's had some minor alterations over the years, but I think he's kind of got this down to a well-oiled machine.
I play against Grant quite often. We end up going up against each other in later rounds of tournaments quite regularly, so I'm very familiar with this style of list and how he plays it. Grant does play it very well. It's very much an Alpha Strike army. Grant normally eats up most of his clock the first couple turns, positioning, and then all comes in all at once. Grant is very good with positioning on this army, and he likes to think everything's out. Doesn't really make any big mistakes with it most of the time. The only concern I have for him in this particular matchup is that Dan has a lot of beef on his side, and there's a lot of high nerve units like those prime hordes, which Grant really can't pop in one go very easily, which might prove a little bit of trouble for him.
Yeah, but they're not the Phalanx versions.
That's true. Yeah, the Phalanx versions would be a lot better here. I don't think Forces of Nature have Ceremonial Guard, though.
No, I don't think they do.
Right, that's a Salamander thing.
Yeah, because this is Forces of Nature.
I mean, Salamander Primes with that dude backing them up so they all get elite. I mean, that's still, 25 attacks shooting on 4s with elite crushing
3, because one of them has Brew of Sharpness.
True, yeah. So one of them's on 3s with elite. So, yeah, I think that definitely can't imagine Grant sort of throwing away his units like that going into them. But I don't know what goes through Grant's head when he does these things. He's at a better level than me, so
that's not very hard to get to, though, Felix.
I'm drunk enough. That's what it is.
But yeah, I just think that there's a lot for Grant to kill through here. But the Elohi and the Paladin Knights all pack a punch, so he might have the tools. And there's things like the Scorch Wings, which are a very good unit, but I think that the Scorch Wings, if Grant gets a charge off with the Elohi regiments or hordes, they're going to kind of be able to punch a hole through them pretty easily. Because Grant has a lot of speed. Now, the Scorch Wings are very fast too, but Grant has speed 10 across the board pretty much. His slowest unit is, slowest unit is speed 8 on those knights, so.
Yeah.
He can kind of get the charges he wants most of the time because you really don't want to be bringing Scorch Wings into the Elohi very often.
Yeah. At first I was like, he's got the speed, and hordes are usually not something that want to see that much speed because they're great to get multi-charged if you don't have chaff to position in front of them, which this list is lacking to a degree. You could do the regiments of Hunters of the Wild, but then you just lose those. Or
even the Rabble. Maybe that's what.
Yeah, the Rabble could as well. These are actually pretty cheap, so that's not the biggest loss. In Defense 5, they might actually be able to take a hit from some of the weaker regiments. The Knights, I don't think kill these in one go. We've got the Greater Earth Elementals are actually what I think makes this work, though. Again, I'll point out the lack of the ruby on the Glade.
The air elementals.
Yeah, the greater air elementals.
The greater air elementals specifically, because it's this type of speed list doesn't like to see fast surging things because it makes it really difficult. Because this is already Grant's formula is good; it's a good speed list. Hit things, kill things fast enough to overcome the disadvantage of being lower drops usually, because it's hyper elite when you're playing this style. The problem with that is if he bounces at all, these greater air elementals will eat his units because they can pivot, move 10 inches. They can do a full 180 and move 10 inches and then get surged in from behind. And then these elite units they're tough, but they're not flank or rear surge tough.
Yeah, especially those greater air elementals are great. They're a great unit.
Yeah. And I don't think he has to put them in a place where he gets charged by any of the faster stuff of Grant's.
No, but he doesn't have, notably, the Ring of Harmony is a big loss there. Because he has some heal with the Celestial Restoration.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. So he has some staying power, but the thing about Grant's list that's sneaky if you don't play against it is with all of that Iron Resolve and those Fearless Nerve on the Elohi, his army is surprisingly durable. I agree, though, that flanks with the air elementals are going to pick stuff up, but I the primes will pick things up, but I don't think the hunters or the Scorch Wings or even the Worm Riders are going to pick most things up on a front charge.
So, is the Ring of Harmony actually needed in this army? Because the only elementals are the two greater air elementals. and typically you don't want them to threaten the same part of the field. So you probably want one off with a druid, the other one off with a Gladewalker druid. So I don't think it's going to be very often that you're able to cast both spells on both air elementals in a single turn.
Right.
Fair.
Yeah, fair. So what do we think? Like, who do we think is gonna get this one?
I'm not that familiar with Dan as a player, and I'm very familiar with Grant. I think that Grant has a lot of practice with this list. He's been begging for UB games all week.
Yeah.
Grant had a pretty good run at last year's Masters with a very similar list and has done good things with it before. So I'm going to give it to Grant here.
Yeah, I think Grant is patient enough with his army that he's going to be able to pick and choose what he needs here. Also, the dragon that he has is pretty much guaranteeing 9 or 10 wounds every turn, being elite and vicious because of the Elohi he'll charge in with. It's a pretty disgusting build for that. So I think Grant's going to take this one. He just plays objectives better and controls the battlefield better.
That's fair. Grant, I mean, agree with all the things you guys say with Grant. I mean, the guy's you can almost just pencil in his list from memory. He's been running it for so long now. He knows it. Like I said, he plays it like a violin. He knows the stuff. He's an excellent player. However, I'm an agent of chaos, and I have an Elmer T. Lee that Grant has yet to come over to my house that we can share. So until then, I'm going for his opponent. So Dan Wright, don't make it look stupid. Just saying. So I'm gonna go for Dan on this one.
Yeah. If it weren't Grant Fetter, if this was just anyone else playing this random speed list, then I would actually probably give Dan the edge just list on list. But Grant does have the reps with it. Like he plays it and he knows how to play it. And that's where I would normally give the edge to Grant. I also don't know Dan though, so I don't know if Dan's had similar practice with this. So I will put my faith in Grant, but I think this isn't a one where I could easily see Dan pulling it out. So if Grant makes any mistakes or just gets unlucky with a couple bounces, those air elementals can eat Grant stuff for lunch.
No.
But yeah, alrighty. Well, we'll go ahead and move on to our next table. We've got table 18. Peter Fry versus
Nick Murray.
Nick Murray. Michael, if you can read Fry's list, I'll go ahead and read Nick's list. Jason in here as soon as we can on the next one. But yeah, I'll start off with Nick's. We've got 3 regiments of Zombos, 2 troops of Wraiths, 2 regiments of Soul Reavers. Oh, I'm going to say it. 2 troops of Revcav, 2 hordes of Wights, one with Brew of Haste and one with Potion of the Caterpillar, a Lycanis, a Vampire Lord mounted, a Necromancer with the Inspiring Talisman, and Zuanok Iceblood, coming out to 15 units and 23 unit strength.
Alrighty, so Mr. Fry has 2 hordes of Scarecrows, a regiment of Doppelgangers, a troop of Reapers with the Skirmisher's Boots, which gives them Nimble, Butchers with a Brew of Sharpness, 2 Mind Screeches, a Planar Apparition, 3 Soul Flare Regiments, a Dread Fiend with a Blade of Slashing, 2 Butcher Flesh Rippers, 1 who has the Inspiring Talisman, and then he has Shakira. 25 unit strength, 15 drops.
Fun.
It's a Night Stalker list.
Is this the one they issue out in the Never Never or Upside Down? Is that the one they issue, or is it a different Night Stalkers list? Because yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah.
Well, on the flip side, Nick is running what I would call standard cookie cutter undead. He's got the 2 Soul Reaver regiments. He's got the 2 White Hordes. He's got the troops of Race and the troops of Revcav. He's got zombies for his filler.
I like some of the. I actually like the zombie tech here.
Yeah.
If he runs them in the way I would run them, which is essentially a screen for the Soul Reavers, it allows you to deliver them, which sometimes Soul Reavers have a hard time doing, and it lets them. You have to grind through your zombies.
Yeah.
I also love the Lycanis pickup. Now that Lycanis has got Inspiring, we saw that Patrick had 3 of them yesterday, and I really like that as well.
Right.
So yeah, I like both. I think these are both solid lists.
Yeah. And to be clear, I do not dislike this undead list. I think this undead list is very solid. That's why you see the 2 Soul Reavers, the 2 Whites. You know, they're good. They're good fucking units.
Yeah, but it's a gatekeeper army.
Yeah, but the Zuanok.
Zuanok's a little bit interesting.
For the Veil of Shadow, because doesn't his stuff normally only do for skeleton keywords?
Yeah, he will do jack with his skeletons.
Right. So I'm just wondering if it's because of the Veil of Shadows he has access to, or
he's elite too.
He's a reasonably cheap necromancer for the spells you get out of him, and
a fearless
inspiring.
Yeah.
So him versus a necromancer that wouldn't be inspiring that you load up, it's about the same points. Or if you take a Lich King, then you're just overpaying.
Right.
Yeah.
So especially if you're not taking any other, legendary characters or whatever.
Exactly. I think Zunok's actually a very good pick in the Night Stalker, or not Night, in the Undead army right now. So
yeah, just as is.
Yeah. As for Peter's army, it's a very solid Night Stalkers list. You see a lot of lists at Masters that are running the Soul Flayer regiments in conjunction with some of these smaller units, very similar to what our fellow cast member Adam is running, which we'll get to later in the matchup cast. But I think that this style of list is very powerful and kind of can be hard to deal with because it's attacking you at a lot of different angles.
Yeah, the only critique is there wasn't any Rift Weavers in that Night Stalker list. I'd love to see those.
Yeah.
Right.
Do like it.
I think it's a good list.
It's.
I like the tech of skirmisher boots on Reapers.
Yeah, I like that. It's definitely one of the better units for them with 20 attacks on a troop.
I love seeing people try to make the skirmisher's boots work, and I hope it works out for them because I like the item thematically. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, it's a unit if you forget about it, especially with everyone running a lot of height 2 stuff. Height 3 now stuff. I mean, you'll be able to see stuff higher than you normally would and then poke around the flank. Definitely could be interesting.
Yeah. My worry for the undead list is
how do we think these match up against each other, not just in existence?
Yeah. My issue with I think the undead list is they have a lot of they have their 4 staple hitters, which if they get in are just going to clean up a lot of these Night Stalker units. But getting into the things that they actually want to attack might be the problem, though Murray is running quite a bit of chaff to kind of get them in there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but the hammers from undead are just overkill on pretty much anything besides the butcher horde.
Yeah.
So he's paying a lot of points for those types of hammers that aren't going to get their full value. And
not in this matchup, at least.
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
I
Yeah,
do
I
think
agree.
he does also to complement, like, I'm looking at the undead list, and at least without the wind blast to control some of where some of these units have to position, to avoid just getting shoved backwards consistently. The Rev Cab and Wraiths are really good to pair up against things like doppelgangers and scarecrows, because they can just sit there forever against those units, even in the troop format. And the planner, I mean, they'll grind indefinitely with a planner behind them, but they can hold those units up while the other units position.
Yeah, I don't think the doppelgangers are going to get a lot of value here. It would kind of, the undead player would kind of have to make a mistake to deliver them, which is why I don't like,
Yeah.
if you're going to run doppelgangers, I think you should run multiple units, because then it's harder to just avoid them.
I think the doppelgangers are going to get a lot of value. There's 4 units they want to turn into in that
Yeah.
undead list. And
Right.
It's not that hard to just not go near the doppelgangers with them, though. You
sure,
can kind of use them as zone control, I guess, but even if
except
you get the
for-
first charge on them, like, Soul Reavers will kind of tear them apart, and so will White, so they might not get a chance to hit back even if you hit them.
Yeah, they're not going to be a frontline unit.
That's fair.
Right. Okay. Who made the call first last time? Is that you, Michael, or Adam?
I made the call first last time, yeah.
All right.
I'm going to go with a fellow Night Stalker player, Peter Fry. Going to get it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go with Nick. He seems to, he's been running the undead for quite a little bit. I don't know how long Peter Fry's been from running this, but
Nick's been around, yeah.
he's been around. I met him at Masters last year, and pretty cool dude. So, but based on being a cool dude, I'm going to vote for him because that's how we do Kings of War, right?
I'll throw my vote to Nick, both on just a list. I mean, is the list kind of the standard for undead? Yes, but there's a reason it's the standard for undead. It works really well against a lot of things, and when you put a good player behind it, this is, a list that should go 4-2, regardless of whether or not it wins Masters, like theoretically, just because of how good undead are. But especially in this matchup, I think you should have it.
In a vacuum of not knowing the players, I actually like the Night Stalker list a little bit more, just because I think a lot of his units that will actually pick up Nick's units are going to be a little bit harder to get to.
Alrighty. Jason, I know you're just joining us, but if you want to throw in a vote on this one.
I would say the Night Stalker one, mainly because they have 14 scoring units with 24 with more unit strength in general. I think those Butcher Flesh Rippers in the flank are a pain in the butt. From playing Adam enough, I know this. Soul Flares are good. And yeah, I mean, he has some stuff that is going to hold up the undead, even though I do like the undead's 4 hammers with the ability to transport them with zombies and wraiths for scenario as well. But I just think that the ability to have more unit strength and scoring units will win this one.
Fair enough. All right. Shifting on to table 19.
Why you all do this? Why? You'll find out why I'm saying this, but yeah, why? Why is this happening like this?
Oh, the 2 Dans? The 2.
Yeah, tables next to each other. Come on.
Oh yeah,
Come
no,
on.
it's gonna be great. So we got Dan, and then we got Grant West.
I can take Mike's.
Or rather, Mike Grant from the West. Sorry, not Mike West.
Yeah, the West players named there. They just did West dot their last name.
Oh, how thoughtful.
Very good.
All right.
They had to be difficult.
Jason, if you want to take Dan's, and Felix, did you say you wanted to read Mike's?
I'll read Mike's. I think it was Michael that was saying it, but I can read Mike's. It's fine.
Okay. Either way.
I'll take
Okay. Dan's running ogres. He's got one regiment of Red Goblin Rabble, 2 hordes of hunters, both with crocodogs, 2 berserker brave regiments, naked, 2 siegebreaker hordes, one with the staying stone, the other one is naked, 2 crocodog wranglers, a mammoth upgraded to the big deal as you do, warlock with the drain life upgrade, a bully, berserker bully, Kozlo and Madfall, and Nom Nom for 14 total units and 23 unit strength.
Okay. And for Mike Grant, he's running Twilightkin with, I think, Forces of Nature allies. Yes. So starting off with 2 regiments of Gladestalkers, 2 regiments of the Blade Dancer Neophytes, a regiment of the Crone-bound Abyssal Horsemen with the Potion of the Caterpillar, a regiment of Silver Breeze Cavalry with the Staying Stone, 3 Crone-bound Banshees, a Twilight Assassin with Inspiring Talisman, and a Summoner Crone with the Library Alchemist's Curse 4. And then for his Forces of Nature ally package, he's got 2 regiments of Naiad Heartpiercers, a Greater Elemental. Talking is hard tonight. And then a Druid with Surge 4. And I'm pretty certain Mike Grant will start painting this army tomorrow night if he goes off any.
He already has it done.
Picture I didn't happen, so.
He got it done yesterday.
Well, some more Forces of Nature stuck in that I totally didn't even realize. Another Air Elemental and mercifully not another Druid with the ring, but
doesn't need the ring.
Yeah, not when there's only one.
Right. Man, I don't know. I'm kind of liking Dan Wright's list, even though. What's the unit strength comparison? 23 to.
It's pretty similar. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I do.
One more drop for Grant.
He only has 12 scoring units, so.
Grant only has 9 scoring units.
9?
Yeah, the triple Banshees.
Oh, that's right.
He's got 6 characters, 6 individuals.
Right.
Yeah, but no, Mike Grant's list is really sneaky. It's all about positioning and pulling you out of position or pushing you out of position, and then shooting you to hell.
I was about to say I played Mike Grant in the last round of Lone Wolf this year, and he had it was a different list. He was playing Trident Realms, but he had a lot of Enthrall mixed with shooting, and he played that list exceptionally well. So I could see those Banshees being a real nuisance for the Ogre army.
Only thing is Dan's list, I mean, granted it's massive shots. Defense, you don't like defense 6, but at least you can move to the point where you're shooting into the flanks versus the siege breakers as well, with the ability to move the unit. But elves never want to see defense 6.
The Gladestalkers do in melee hit them on 4s. Now you don't really want to be in melee range with siege breakers, but they can. The Twilightkin Gladestalkers in particular can crack through defense 6 if they need to.
I will say that Dan Wright has the higher skill, quote unquote, of the hunter hordes, so you got that going for you.
I do like the hunter hordes. I like that this is. I'm also going to give props to Dan that this isn't just a 9x9 or Siegebreaker spam ogre list. I actually really like this.
He still has 2
list. Right, but it's not.
It's not spam, but he does still have some. It's not like he abstained entirely.
You throw darts at the list, and this is what you come up with.
Yeah.
I mean, all ogre lists are good.
Yeah.
I like hunters. I think
he still took Nom. Like.
Yep.
Well,
I don't think there's an ogre list that doesn't run Nom. Yeah.
You have to check off to remove him.
I think the 2 Croc Dog Wranglers are going to do a lot of work in this game. It's going to force Mike to have to target them, I think, when he would rather not. I think Mike would rather see a 9x9 than this style of ogre list.
This is a funny.
I agree.
The assassin can offset those a little bit with duelist as well, since they are individual, but having 2 of them gives him the upper edge for sure.
He also has Alchemist Cursed on the Summoner Chrome, which I just now noticed, which does help a little bit against the Siege Breakers.
Nice.
Yeah.
Combination of the Glade Stalkers being Twilightkin and that probably could do some work.
So I think the Siege Breakers might not be as effective as they normally would be against this style of list, but
not to mention also the greater error elemental shenanigans we talked about in previous matchups.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Yeah, and if you can catch somebody out with that, that can be very bad.
Yeah, for that, I think I'm going to go with Mike. I know supposedly has his army painted already. I don't believe it, but yeah, gonna go for him on that one.
I'll go Mike as well. I've talked with him a bunch. He has a plan with this army, and I think he's getting really good with executing it as well.
I'll also go Mike. When we played, he was a very good player, and like I said, he played the Enthrall shooting combination very well, so I think he's going to take this down.
Yeah, I think he realized that Twilightkin can just do what he was doing with Trident Realms better. So he just switched to this list.
Certainly right now they can.
Yeah. So I'm going to go with Mike as well.
Yeah. It definitely says something when out of all the ogre lists that I've seen thus far, this is probably the one that I'd want to play the most. Which
don't put that curse on Dan.
Yeah, it's still pretty strong. Like, don't get me wrong, because it's hard to write a bad ogre list right now, but like this one doesn't scare me like the 9x9 or the or 6 Siegebreaker hordes, which mercifully no one took. So
if you want to write a bad ogre list, just talk to Brian Brodier.
Oof.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, I know Grant's been honing in toward this kind of style for a long time at this point. And I definitely am intrigued by the triple Banshee play. So I'll give it to Mike on the principle that the list is definitely innovative, if nothing else. So I think he'll also have an edge in this matchup just because of those Banshees more than anything else.
That was our first 5-0 of the evening, but I also will say real quick before we move on that I do think Dan has a chance in this matchup. I don't think it's going to be a complete rollover, but I just I think Grant has the advantage.
I think it'll be bloody either way.
Michael, I don't think you understand how matchup casts work. We decide the outcome.
Yeah. No, there's no chance.
We all voted for Mike Grant, so that means Dan's going to win. That's how we decided the outcome.
We decide who wins.
In general, yeah.
We decided the next U.S. Masters, and it was decided yesterday. Devlin will lose his first game and then win the next 5, and he will be the next master.
That checks out.
If Devlin's the next master, I might have to quit.
He doesn't drink
Absolutely
himself
true.
Yeah, if he doesn't drink himself to death first, there's the caveat on that one. So.
Well, that only happens if he loses day one, so I think we'll see. But in any case, let's keep us going. We did have a drop, but we already have a list submitted, ready to go, and the player who's swapping in already up and running. So I am working in the background to get that up and looking like everyone else's. So if anyone's seeing random stuff popping up, that's what's happening.
It was table 25, if that helps.
Intrigue.
I have found it, not this
Okay,
one.
cool. I can kind of shepherd us real quick while we do that. So our next matchup is Eric Trowbridge versus Jeremy Duval. If somebody wants to take Eric's list, I can take Jeremy's list.
I'll do Trowbridge. He's our region anyways.
Alrighty. I can start us off.
I can get it up. I can get the dang.
I got you.
But
I'm not watching the stream. I've just got it on my screen.
Before, just saying. It's okay, babe. I can get it.
Yep. All right. Happens to the best of us. Let me at least get the lists out before y'all start reading. I appreciate you getting everyone ready for it, though. All right. Go for it.
Alrighty. So
this is a good one.
Jeremy is running the Cult of the Twilight Serpent. He has 2 regiments of Impalers, one with the Brew of Strength and one with the Helm of the Drunken Ram. He has 2 Twilight Gladestalkers, because of course you do. 1 horde of Blade Dancer Neophates with the Hammer of Measured Force. 2 Cronebound Gargoyle troops, 2 Cronebound Butcher regiments, 2 Mind Screeches, a Summoner Crone with the Banner of Abbottshire and the Alchemist's Curse, 2 Soulbanes on Dread Fiends, and Lethiel Blackheart, again, because you do. His total unit strength is 26, and he's got 15 drops.
All right, Eric is running Forces of Nature. He's got 2 hordes, one of which has the Mace of Crushing, 2 regiments of 4 Shamblers, a horde of Earth Elementals, a horde of Riverborn Naiad Worm Riders with the Chalice of Wrath, 3 Greater Air Elementals, as you do, Greater Earth Elemental, a Druid with the Conjurer's Staff, Surge 4, and a Veil of Shadows, a Gladewalker Druid with the Shroud of the Saint, Surge 8, and Ring of Harmony, and a Salamander Veteran with the Guiding Flame, which gives Aura Elite to his Salamanders, for 13 total units and 22 unit strength.
Nifty.
Anybody else feel like Eric is just really thirsty for another Masters win with this list?
This list is nasty. I played it at Adepticon.
Yeah, he's a hazard. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, completely washed up.
He can't win without a busted army like Orcs.
He didn't even bother to change the name of his army list, so I'm near on it. So,
hey, I couldn't beat it last year, so.
But gall,
I got a draw, but
he is the only one to take triple air elementals,
which I think is the correct.
I think so. I think he might be the only. There might be one other list that has 2, but
Mark Taylor took 3.
If
Mark Taylor definitely took 3.
Yeah. Okay. Then there are 2.
Given people who didn't take 3 crap yesterday, so
gotcha.
Yeah, no, I've been beat by Eric's list a handful of times. I mostly try to avoid playing against him because I just feel bad about myself after playing because he's just way better at list building and the game. I have no recourse to that. It's a super strong list, and he I think, as evidenced by his orc run in 2020, will just play these lists to the ground. I mean, he will have that 100 reps needed to really kind of learn how to play a list, and the man just plays it like a fiddle. It's kind of disgusting. I mean, if it wasn't for that, he was a washed up has been. I'd say it's his, but
Yeah, but I hear that Jeremy is the guy to beat this year, though, too. So
This is
I can't say too much bad about Eric. He bought me beer on Monday, so there's that.
His list can handle the defense 6 though, with the Alchemist Cursed and all the shooting that can chip damage, plus the Glade Stalkers and the Neophyte Horde. Now, do I think that they're going to get there? No, the hordes of salamanders are probably going to be giving the air elementals a nice screen. Same with the Shamblers. Playing him at Adepticon, he ran this exact list, and it's good. He's really good with it. I also played him at Shiloh with a very similar list. Meticulous, down, and he'll play scenario very well as well. So I like it, but I do think that Jeremy has some tools to definitely take it down. The shooting can bug the air elementals for sure.
Right. That really depends if Jeremy's able to finish the army by Masters. So
True.
That.
Yeah,
shade
a
here
real
from my
question.
basement in the
I'm told that he's close, but he may still have to borrow some units. That was the last I'd heard.
Oh my goodness, he can put 3 paint on 3 color minimum on it. I can do that.
Are you sure?
Coming to your table, 2024.
Are you sure?
That's all that it says in the back.
Yeah. So, what does everyone think?
I don't know. This would probably be my second vote for match to watch, right behind Pat and Keith.
Yeah.
From last.
Right.
This is pretty good.
Yeah, I like both of these lists, and I think they're both skilled players.
And both just breathtakingly handsome. Both of them. It's just.
Oh, Eric's got too much hair for me. That's okay.
Oh, you should see him when he cuts his hair short every once in a while. Yeah.
Doesn't everybody have too much hair for you, Jason?
No, he's got way too much. You on the other hand, you're so young.
Jeremy's definitely has the experience against Surge armies. That said, greater air elementals in their current state are kind of a new thing, basically, for all intents and purposes. Like, yes, we've had 50 millimeter squares, but we haven't had flying 50 millimeter squares for a long time, if ever. And especially not ones that actually, hurt.
I think that Eric's list is a very finesse army to play. I think that he's going to be very good with those greater air elementals. Yeah. But I think that in some ways, you almost need to make a small mistake in positioning for them to get really good value. And I don't see Jeremy giving him a lot of those.
Yeah.
So if we're getting on to picks, I would actually pick Jeremy over this.
Can we address how you say Jeremy?
Jeremy.
My Kansas
Jeremy. Jeremy.
Devlin already mentioned it in chat.
The Ticker Gerbs.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a true defense against air elementals.
Yeah. I think you can play as tight as you want, and I still think that they sneak through. It's a disgusting unit.
If you engage with the enemy, into forest shamblers, salamanders, earth elementals, the air elementals will find a flank and likely a rear.
Yeah. And the worst part is if you don't engage, then they can still fly 10 and do it anyway. So trying to play somewhere in the middle is still pretty rough. Yeah. He does have some shooting elements, though, so maybe he can pick some stuff up from range before he has to close in. Maybe he gets lucky, picks up one of the air elementals with enough shooting, but that's me being hopeful.
The Gladewalker Druid has Shroud of the Saint.
Yeah.
And Ring of Harmony. And he has a greater earth elemental that if you don't finish off an air elemental, they just go hide behind the big Titan.
Until
and
they're
you
healed
won't
up.
see him again.
Yeah.
And it's actually made of rocks, so there's also that. No, it's a legit statue made out of rocks that he uses for his earth elemental. So
I believe that.
Yeah, I think I saw it at Shiloh.
Yeah.
I actually just really like Eric's list, so I'm going to go with Trowbridge.
Yeah,
I know. Go ahead.
I would say, and I'm getting my vote out of the way so I can focus on getting everything shifted. But I will say that Jeremy has absolutely gotten to the point where I would be like, from a tactical perspective, he has the mindset to play against this type of list. It's just this list is stupid, and it has nothing to do with who's piloting it, in my opinion. I think like you could. There's a small degree of that, but like I think Aeromentals are just stupidly good right now, or Graders specifically. Lessers, Graders, they're dumb. They should never have been this good.
180 points is a great value.
Yeah.
So you're going Trowbridge?
I'm going
obviously?
with Trowbridge, yeah, just to be clear. I think it will be pretty close. I think that Jeremy can bring this to a very tight game, but I think just list on list, he's going to have a really rough time not getting swamped.
Yeah, knowing I usually play elves. He's played me twice now. He has made adjustments both times. I would say Trowbridge knows how to play against the shooting army as well. He actually changed from Shiloh to Adepticon for that specific reason, a few things, and he will know what to do against Jeremy's list. He's definitely thought about it. We've had conversations about shooting versus his list, and like Felix says, he's kind of like Jeff Shokin. They just play their list to death until they have it memorized, no matter what. So I will take Eric in this matchup. But Jeremy, I do like your list.
Yeah, I would almost guarantee you that between now and Masters start, Eric will have at least 2 practice games against Jeremy's list because he's just that kind of person. I've begun to say, like, I fear the player, not the list, and Eric's the reason for that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what list he brings, he's always bringing his A game, and it is super hard to get anything out of him. You almost have to have a perfect game, and even then, it may not be enough. So, despite him being a washed up has been, he's still 2020. I would say go for Eric on this one. Love Jeremy though. I'm going with the guy with that I know has the reps. I know Jeremy's got a lot of reps on UB and stuff like that, but Eric has tons of on the table games and will play against that Jeremy's list precisely at least 2 times before Masters, guaranteed.
Yep. Well, already moving on to table 21. We've got the title of this list is amazing, but I'm going to have to now look up who's running it because they didn't put their name on it. Versus Michael Ireland. Hold on.
It is Williams. Last name's Williams.
Oh, is it a Brenton?
Brenton Williams.
It's a Brenton Williams. Yeah. Spoiler, everyone. I'll go ahead and read Brenton's.
It's gonna look amazing. Just saying, it's gonna look amazing.
Yep. Well, yeah, it's Brenton. I'll go ahead and read Brenton's if we want to have a volunteer for Michael here.
I could take my fellow Michael.
That's fair. Looking over here on Brenton, we have the Hell on Wheels formation, so off to a great start. 2 regiments of chariots and a warlord on chariot with the custom name Damagrak. One of the regiments has Potion the Caterpillar, the other has Meat of Madness. We have 2 more regiments of chariots and a legion of chariots. Someone's speaking to me. We got Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding on the Legion, like you do. He's got a troop of boomer chariots because, duh. He's got a mammoth with the big deal, like you do. He's got 2 troops of Red Goblin Scouts for chaff. And he's got 2 Red Goblin Blasters for more chaff. And he's got a Sergeant, custom name Hanagarak, with a crossbow and mounted on a chariot. So he's got 13 units and 20 unit strength, of which he has a appropriate amount of chariots, I think.
Did we mention what the special name of the list was?
The special name is I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
Yeah.
We'll just note that Matt's better at reading the special names than people's actual names.
Touche.
All right.
Michael's list.
So Michael Ireland is running Ratkin. His name of his list is Master's Splinter. He's got 3 hordes of shock troops, all with plague pots. One has the Boots of Striding, one has Blessing of the Gods, and one has the Brew of Strength. He has 3 troops of claw shots and 3 weapon teams. He has 1 mutant rat fiend, a war chief with the aura of vicious melee infantry only upgrade. He has a Tangle, Mother Kryza, and he's got some allied in Kingdoms of Men, where he took Beast Cavalry with the Fly and Speed 10 upgrade. It is 21 unit strength and 14 units.
I don't like those allies.
I'd rather see the shock troop horde with sharpness. Or shock troop, not shock troops. Tunnel runners.
Tunnel runners, yeah. I was like, why aren't these tunnel runners?
Maybe he has some cool rats that are modeled on helicopters or something.
They are speed 10 instead of 8, but no inspiring, no way to give them...
no rallying.
Yeah, no rallying, no way to get them waiver mitigation.
Right.
Rats are such a synergistic list that I don't really see much of a reason to take allies with them most of the time.
Yeah, pretty
He has
rare.
3 shock. He has 3 shock troop hordes. Like, you can just put those in front. Your tunnel runners aren't going to get hit, and you get to charge whenever you want.
Yeah.
Aside from the allies, I do like the rest of the list, though. I don't want to be too harsh on it.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, I could be harsh for him, man. I think in this matchup, it's going to be pretty good because all those plague pots, all that, ensnare. It's going to be less effective against these chariots because he did buy Phalanx, so strip the Thunderous, but they're still crush 1 base. And
I forgot to mention that. That's my bad.
Yeah. No worries. I think people forget this upgrade exists for them a lot of the time. But yeah, they have Phalanx on everything. They got Plague Pots and everything. So he's going to have 1 really good turn of resisting the charge. He'll probably eat at least 1 or 2 of the regiments back. And then it comes down to whether or not he can grind. I think he does have a favorable matchup here just because the one thing you don't want to see when you're running a very fast, speedy list that's mainly Thunders for your damage output is a bunch of stuff with Phalanx. That is going to force you to engage it by peppering you with, lots of shots at range and these weapon teams. And then you just hide the Mutant Rat Fiend in between stuff so that it can never be charged by these regiments. Tangle goes behind and does what the Tangle does, meaning these are always going to hit you back unless they're dead.
Yeah, and the Aura Vicious as well.
It's
a solid Ratkin list.
It's a solid list for this matchup. I think it's going to struggle against other lists with just the 3 shock troop hordes being its only hitters.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. I think the Beast Cavalry are a hammer of sorts.
Yeah, that's true.
They're not as again, I think Tunnel Runners with Brew of Sharpness would definitely. How many points does that come out to, Tunnel Runners with Brew of Sharpness? Because I think they're more expensive than Beast Cavalry.
Maybe do.
I don't know.
Because maybe it was a points thing. You never know. But one thing I do like about them, because they have fly, they can position behind the shock troops and then fly out and hit something if they want to.
Talking about regiments of Tunnel Runners?
Yeah. Or horde of Tunnel Runners.
They're regiments. They don't.
Are they regiments? Oh, because they're chariots.
Yeah.
They're chariots. And Beast Cavalry. Yeah.
Which is another reason why you should run Tunnel Runners, because they ignore Phalanx, whereas these guys don't. Yeah.
All that ogre chariot Phalanx.
Toga Runners are the secret best chariot unit in the game. It's just that no one owns enough of them because of the great shortage of 2021 to build
Matt
a list.
bought all of them and are sitting on it for his next
sitting on a few.
245 for a Tunnel Runner Regiment with Brutish Arms.
Okay, so it's actually less points. So
5 points cheaper. Yep.
Yeah.
5 points cheaper. Yeah.
It's
He
one
could
of the
pull the
best
Keith
units on the
Randall
Rat Kit
and
list.
take a 220. Yeah, I agree. I do also really like Britain's list though. It's like he's like, I'm gonna take ogres, but I'm gonna take my version of ogres.
I'm just gonna pour myself like 4 shots for Brenton here and drink all of them at the same time and say that this is now my favorite list and call it a night. For no particular biases at all, but I think if he runs it right, this list could be really, really fun because I've always said that ogres have currently the best chariots outside of EOD.
Yeah.
The melee 3 is just really solid. The built-in crushing is really solid. Height 4 allows you to play all the old tricks you used to play with them in 2nd edition that other chariots can't anymore, especially when you're working with hills and height 3 terrain. I would like to have seen a couple more Red Goblin Scouts mixed in there to chaff up with them so you can take advantage of that height 4 difference, because that's really the biggest advantage they bring to the table. But if nothing else, this will be a fun list to both see visually for, and to see played.
I'm curious with the inclusion of the Red Goblin Blasters, because normally I really love them, but they normally kind of dirtle around in between your like main ogre line. But because most of his units in this army are going to be a lot faster, I feel like they're going to lag behind and maybe not get that F value.
He could hide them behind chariots and then pop them out later to clean up chaff.
Right, be that second wave.
Yeah, and they could shoot because they have the range attacks. Okay,
he has options with them. They are not strictly chaff. He can do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, again, I didn't think they were bad. I was just curious.
Yeah. And so,
I think the Boomer Chariots actually will have a decent play here with the Stealthy Bubble, negating some of those claw shots a little bit. He's still got the range to kind of shoot around that, but that's a big bubble because that troop is pretty wide, so it's bigger than a lot of other stealthy bubbles that pop out. So should cover a good amount, and obviously dropping claw shots down to 5s versus 4s could be a big deal, especially if they're in cover for the ones that Pathfinder 6s. And J boots.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so how are we calling it?
I'm gonna go with Michael Ireland.
Yeah,
I think it's a good rat list. This is a good matchup for him.
I'm gonna go with Brenton because it's an all chariot list, and if I go against that, then who am I? No other reason.
Fair.
How about you, Felix?
Man, yeah, I'm just gonna do instincts and just say Brenton at this point. I think Michael's going to be able to weather that first charge of the chariots, but I think he's not going to be able to take enough off the board as it's going in. Now, maybe once he gets engaged, those weapon teams are going to do some damage, but we'll see.
I'm also going to go with Brenton for a lot of the reasons Felix says. I think the Boomer Chariots are going to do a lot of work, and I think that he might lose a regiment coming in, but I think that most of his stuff is going to hit the Ratkin line intact.
I'm going to go with Michael. That's still a lot of unit strength to chew through, and he's got some things that can hit him back as well. So I'm going to go Michael.
All right. Well, I think that sets us up with a pretty even spread there, but it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. I would be curious to see Michael's list perform in other matchups. I think that's my biggest takeaway from this. Just to see how it does against some of the other more shooty lists. But moving along here to table 22. Got Jeff Radigan versus Zach Pierce.
I'll read Jeff's list.
I can take Zach Pierce's list.
Hey, go for it.
All right, Jeff is playing Night Stalkers. He's got a regiment of scarecrows and 3 hordes of scarecrows. He has a planar apparition. He has the most soul flares, which is 6 regiments. And then he has 3 Shadow Hulks. 14 drops, 27 unit strength.
Actually, I'm not certain if that's the most of Soul Flares, but still, it's a lot.
It is definitely the most.
It's the most at Masters.
It's also a list with 0 magic items. I like it.
Yeah.
It's always my favorite thing to see is no magic items.
Right. Zach Pierce's Empire Dust. He's got one name for all his units, so props to that. I'll read them just because I know people get hurt if they don't hear the names of their units talked about. But he's got a horde of skeleton spearmen with It of the Brood, which is a word. Mummies Regiment with Liliana's Tear with the It of the Chitin, Chitin. A Desert Swarm with It of the Horde Swarm. 2 regiments of Revenant Chariots, both with curse bows. One of It of the Depravity and It's That Slaughters. Enslaved Guardians Horde with Brew of Sharpness, that is It That Lay Waste. Ooh, that sounds like a good unit. 2 Enslaved Guardian Archers, one with Piercing Arrow, and that is It of the Pestilence, and then It of the Miasma. Then there's a Monolith, name is Nature's Mockery. Then there's a Soul Snare with It That Corrupts. Then there's a Revenant Champion with the Loot of Insatiable Darkness mounted on a horse with It That Conquers. Then the Idol of Shobik with It That Betrays. And then Civic Ray the Accurse with Oracle of the End. And that is 13 drops with 21 unit strength.
I think we would need to make a rule that if it's a living legend, you can't rename it.
I renamed mine too.
Ooh.
I know from talking to Zach that the list is themed around like bugs, basically. So like Bayou bugs and other associated horror type stuff, which is why all the custom names fit. That said, running 2 Enslaved Guardian Archer hordes and having to face Night Stalkers as your first round matchup is always it's not the worst because it is a lot of soul flares, so if he can get shots on them, but I mean Jeff should put those to where he's never not going to be hitting on 7s or at least 6s, bare minimum.
I don't know. He has a lot of soul flares to hide.
He's got a lot of scarecrows to hide him behind, Adam. Someone's been taking notes from you.
True. That's true. You can put them behind the scarecrows.
Yeah.
But you never know. That surge onto a hill, and scarecrows don't care.
It's true. It's true. He's got some options.
I'm excited to see the Bug Army. That sounds really cool.
Yeah.
And he took all the good special characters from EOD.
They're bad ones?
There's one bad one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it last night.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he took Idol, he took Soul Snare, he took Monolith.
He's got the Desert Swarm to put in front of the Soul Snare.
Yeah, he took the mandatory upgrade to the Soul Snare so that nothing can ever charge it ever.
I mean, it looks like a very solid EOD list that's just playing against a Night Stalkers list that isn't playing fair.
It's a shooty themed EOD list. I don't want to call it cookie cutter because I don't think as many people are running Enslaved Guardian Archers as there should be. But and he's certainly not running enough Enslaved Guardians for me to say that.
Yeah, he's only running 3.
And unfortunately for EOD, the lore choices are you're kind of shoehorned into needing to take them. So Sebek Ray, I mean, if you're gonna take a Cursed High Priest, you take him first, realistically, in most circumstances. And I don't see Roz fitting in here with what he's bringing. Yeah, definitely not. He's got I mean, I think against other lists, the shots will help. This is definitely one of the lists that I was thinking about all the armies that took stealthy bubbles, and then looking at this list because someone brought up that there were 2 EOD players, so I was like, oh shoot, there is one other list. And I was like, this one's gonna hate the stealthy bubbles. This is what those stealthy bubbles are there to stop. Yeah, technically, they're there to stop the Glade Stalkers, but this list just gets extra hurt because it only hits on 5s to begin with.
I think Zach will probably get some wins with this list. I think this is a very solid EOD list, but
yeah,
I don't see him beating this Night Stalkers list.
I also especially don't see him beating Jeff Radigan with this Night Stalker list.
Yeah,
that's the part.
He can roll 6s.
Look, man, rolling high has always been a tried and true strategy for winning Masters.
Yeah, that's my biggest advice to Zach this matchup. Just roll a lot of 6s.
Yep. Yeah. Because even trying to approach that and engage it, like let's say you abandon shooting entirely and just say screw it, let me go punch him in the face with the Enslaved Guardians, because they're not bad in combat, but you don't want to get surrounded and flanked and murdered by all the Soul Flayers. It's so many Soul Flayers.
I mean, if you get the counterpunch on them, like Enslaved Guardian Archers to the face, it will take out some Soul Flare regiments, but
maybe. It's not even consistent, man. It's so rough. Defense 4, you crush 1 base.
Yeah, it's only like 6 wounds.
Yeah. It actually shouldn't kill him. Yeah. It's just a really rough matchup. But you're gonna have a great time against all the air elementals and defense 6 stuff that doesn't have stealthy. On the other hand, that's where you'll.
That's true.
Yeah, a lot of those dwarf lists do not want to see the EOD list.
Yeah,
right.
This will can open those just fine. So yeah, my vote is for Jeff, but Zach, prove me wrong, buddy. Go 4-2 in the next rounds.
Alrighty. Not everybody at once. Who else?
Yeah, I was gonna say all y'all being so polite, waiting your turn.
I just thought it was 5-0, Jeff.
I mean, does anyone have a differing opinion? Yeah.
I'm picking Jeff.
I will. So I'm an agent of chaos. Let's do this, Zach.
There you go.
Take out Jeff.
Yeah.
No other reason than it just seems fun. Just
look, maybe Jeff gets really drunk the night before and just can't remember how to play this list.
You don't need reasons for your votes, just bold predictions.
Yeah.
That's right.
Alrighty. I will shift us over to table 22.
You mean 23?
23.
No, it's 23. You're right. Yeah.
We've got Mark Taylor. Oh, people are saying Jeff doesn't drink. Well, in that case.
See, that's your only chance.
He might start drinking. You never know.
We've got another Twilight Kin list you don't want to see. God, the names on these are great. we've got Polka, who I have to pull up the first name for because, again,
Sean.
darn you West players.
You got to do the Sean Polka.
Sean Polka versus Mark Taylor. I will happily read Mark's list if someone wants to grab the Twilight Kin.
Sure.
Go ahead and start us off with Sean.
Sean's got 2 regiments of Impalers, 4 Glade Stalkers, Gargoyle Troop, 2 regiments of Butchers, 2 Mind Screeches, a Shadow Hulk, a Summoner Crone, naked, Soulbane on Dreadfiend, and Lothiel. 15 drops, 27 unit strength.
Not bad. Switching over to Mark. We've got Forces of Nature, another one. Guess what? We got 2 Earth Elemental Regiments, not Hordes. 2 Fire Elemental Hordes. 2 Woodland Critters. 2 Graders. Specifically Greater Air Elementals in this case. A Druid with Amulet of the Fireheart, Surge, and Bane Chant 2. A Glade Walker Druid with Surge and the Ring of Harmony, like you do, especially running that many elementals. A Unicorn with the Conjurer's Staff, and then the Nature's Wrath formation to sneak in another Greater Air Elemental and 2 hordes of regular Air Elementals, coming out to 14 drops and 21 unit strength.
Also, those elemental hordes, one has Helm of the Drunken Ram, the other one has Hammer Measured Force.
Oh, thank you. I did miss those. Well,
Can the Glade Stalkers shoot off enough air elementals?
elementals in time? Yeah.
That's really the question. Yeah.
Out of all of the nature lists we've had, I think I like Mark's the best.
It's one of the most scary.
Yeah. It's definitely up
Yeah.
there with Trowbridge. I mean, it has 3 greater air elementals, so like right there.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
taking
and-
2, you slacking. You got to pump those numbers up. Pump them up. You can take 3. Why aren't you?
And that being said, this is kind of what I expect to see from a Twilight Kin list.
The formation's really strong for Forces of Nature. It
Yeah.
helps them combat the shooting that you'll inevitably see and is one of the weaknesses to the army. So that regen on those air elementals is going to be huge.
Yeah. It's a lot of I think this is the most Glade Stalkers out of any of the Twilight Kin lists. This is the actual attempt at spam.
Yeah.
Though I wouldn't even straight call this spam. It's just this is about as far as I would push it before it becomes spam. 4 is
Right.
a lot. 3 is what I would consider. I'd still consider 3 a lot. 2 is probably the optimal number.
I think 3. I think 3
Yeah.
is the optimal
3
number. I think 4 is a little excessive.
Yeah, 3 is a lot of shots. It's a lot of shots and commitment to shooting.
Yeah, and 4 you're definitely committing as well. But I like the direction. The Butchers and Impaler pairing is something that I personally have my dad run in his version of Twilight Kin.
Mm-hmm.
So this is very similar to a list that I play against quite often, and it can be very effective in the hands of not my dad.
Yeah,
That's fair.
just looking
mean-
at other stuff here.
I honestly think this is one of the potential matchups that the air elementals don't want to see. With that much shooting, and then he has the lightning bolt as well from the Mind Screeches.
Yeah, the Hammer of Measured Force one's going to have some rough times because there's a lot of defense 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Butchers are the only thing they're getting value out of.
Yeah, and
I guess
the
the
Shadow
Shadow
Hulk.
Hulk.
Yeah, 1 Shadow Hulk and a Soulbane on Dreadfiend. But very few units to really take advantage of it. over just crush +1.
Yeah, the air elementals are going to be able to close the distance pretty quickly, though, which is notable. And like, if you can help, like you can screen them with your woodland critters to give them cover as well.
No, you can't.
Aren't they height 1 to height 3?
Oh, you're talking the hordes. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought
not the graders.
graders.
Not the graders. No, I don't think. I think you'll target the hordes before you target the graders, just because the graders are going to be harder to take off.
The thing about the elves, they can't back up and shoot or the Twilightkin, they can't back up and shoot like Sylvan can without the steady aim. So
yeah,
that's where the greater speed kind of comes into play even more. Is that you could poke them out one turn and give them one turn of shooting, and then you try and get into them, whether it's a flank, whether it's spreading them out a little bit more, things like that. Because it's, obviously, or more than likely, he's going to put all 4 together to just make a battery of shooting. So
you kind of have to.
Yeah, you could run 2 and 2 with the amount of shooting he has, and kind of make it so they relatively shoot the same. But he, I agree with Adam. That's even with the regen, if they're off the board, you can't regen. So they better be in cover, but the problem is you can't have that amount of cover for all of those units.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is, even if it's in cover, you're taking 48 bow shots, hitting on 5s now.
Yep.
And then 12 lightning bolts on top of that. I don't like your odds on a dash 18 defense 4.
Or dash 17 for the hordes.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, getting first turn will be big for forces of nature.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get some
I think whoever gets first turn wins this game.
Yeah.
And we all know Mark has terrible dice luck.
If Mark closes the distance and get in combat.
That's true.
Yeah.
Do you remember his 5 snake eyes against Alex Mueller?
Yeah, he's gotten that out of his system.
That's true. Could be turning a page.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Turn the page.
Mark was the last person that beat me. And he was playing a very similar list to this.
Yeah.
Were you playing your Night Stalker BS?
I sure as hell was.
Ooh, wow, that's making me consider Mark more here.
Pre or post alterations is the real question.
My man Larry.
My list has been set for months. So
Yeah.
Post alterations.
I'll start us off here. This is gonna. It does really come down to like first turn and how well that initial wave of shooting does for the Twilightkin. I think if Mark makes contact with basically call it 2/3 of his list, I think that he has enough to just plow through, surge everything, and once a couple things in this Twilightkin drop, he's just gonna be flanking everything, left, right, and center, and it goes bad really quick. And especially with the greater air elementals, like those things can pop a Gladestalker regiment one turn basically on their own. It's disgusting. But if the Twilight can get enough shots off, it's the other way around. So I will give the edge to Mark, but really my vote would be who gets first turn.
Just have him roll it now. We'll figure it out.
There you go.
So my vote is gonna be for Mark, not only because we're sharing an Uber to the venue, but I think that a lot of these Gladestalker lists and like the kind of boogeyman lists are gonna congregate more near the middle of the pack than the top of the pack, and I think that Mark's gonna help push Sean down towards there.
I will say, I'll add one extra note here. One of the things that Gladestalkers do not like is an army that is almost entirely fearless, because it means that they have to hit higher nerve values to actually slow them down. Whereas a waverable army, much easier to get those shots off, slow them down, keep them from advancing. And so
I'm going to go Mark as well. Besides him being a Midwest player, greater air elementals are really good. Normally, air elementals are good. And yeah, the one has hammer, but I mean, the other one doesn't even need the crush. I mean, against the Glade Stalkers. And I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Matt. It's going to come down to first turn, but at the same time, it'll just be interesting because Glade Stalkers can't turn and shoot. It'll depend upon which one he charges and how the deployment goes. Because if he doesn't have a counter to him getting hit on a flank Glade Stalker, he could just roll down the line with the movement and shooting, especially if it's in cover.
I got to go with Mark as well.
And like everyone else was saying, it's gonna really come down to who got that first turn. And hold on, getting the vision. Hold on. Oh, I think Sean's gonna get first turn, so gonna go with him on that one. Even though I like Mark's list, I like the fact that he may have finished it by now, painting the army. Who knows? I don't know. But I'll give it to Sean just to jazz things up. I don't want to wash out for Mark. I don't want to get a big head going into round one.
Round
so,
one.
Sean. Plus Polka. That's a cool last name. Just saying.
Very fair. Alrighty. Table 24, if I'm keeping track. Yes.
Yes.
Table 24. We've got I almost changed the nameplate to say Jack's dad. But
Who?
given that it's Masters, I decided to leave
I just
it
know
be.
Jack's dad. What's the name on the list?
It's John Green from the South versus another
Blake
West
Robertson.
player who put their first name
Blake Robertson.
Blake Robertson. So we got Blake Robertson versus John Green. Let's see, if someone would like to take Blake's list.
I can take Blake's list.
Cool. And if someone would like to take John's list.
I can take John's.
Cool.
All right, I'll take Blake's first. So Blake's Masters, as his list is called, is Night Stalkers. Starting off with 2 hordes of scarecrows, one with the Brew of Haste, the other one with the Hammer of Measured Force. 2 troops of phantoms, 2 hordes of butchers, one with the Brew of Sharpness, and then one with Mackwar's Potion of the Caterpillar. Then 2 Mind Screeches, then a Planar Apparition, and then a Horror Rift Reavers. There you go, Adam. Then 2 regiments of Soul Flayers, one with Sir Jesse's Boots, the other ones with Pipes of Terror. 1 Shadow Hulk, sad, only 1 Shadow Hulk. And then Eshanishra, the Wailing Shadow, for a total of 14 drops and 23 unit strength.
Alrighty, so Jack's dad is rocking Abyssals. He has 3 regiments of Abyssal Ghouls, 2 hordes of Molochs, both with the Despoiler upgrade, because why would you not? One has Boots of Striding, the other has Potion of the Caterpillar. He's got 2 regiments of Tortured Souls, 2 Croniuses, 2 Succubi, one with the Gnome Glass Shield and one with the Blade of Slashing. He has an Abyssal Warlock that has the Spell Ward banner, a Drain Life, and Hex. He also has the Manifestation of Bael and Zazuzu the Betrayer, which are some of the special characters. He's got 21 unit strength and 14 drops.
This is, I think, identical to the list that he won Masters with. Or, sorry, not won Masters, won Lone Wolf with.
Matt
I
just
was
had
about
a
to say, did you
prediction.
just see into the future?
I mean, look, man.
Sounds like a prediction to me.
All right, I think we're done talking. Next.
Yeah,
See y'all later.
clearly
Yeah.
we've gotten a vision and not a Freudian slip. But but yeah, think this is the same list he took to Lone Wolf.
In fact, these two played in the last round of Lone Wolf, And I think these both are very similar, if not identical, lists to that match. And Jack's dad just beat the living snot out of Blake. I don't think it was. It probably shouldn't have gone that way. There was a lot of unique dice rolls, but from the sounds of it, John got a 21 victory or maxed victory on the last game against Blake.
Adam is very aware of that, coming in with a sad best general.
I was happy with best general 2 years in a row.
That is true.
Undefeated at Lone Wolf. They call me the Bane of the South.
I am very partial to John's list, probably because it's very similar to my own. However, in his old age, he forgot to include the Well of Souls, which I think is unfortunate. But John has a lot of familiarity with Abyssals and obviously piloted this well enough to win Lone Wolf. So,
yeah. This is definitely one of the like 3 lists he sent me for Lone Wolf that I tried to change last minute multiple times. I'll be shocked if this one made it in on time. But it's a good list. I mean, it's very durable. On the Night Stalker side of things, I think we see our first Phantoms, and we do have some Soul Flayers to back them up. Okay, good.
I think Phantoms are quite good. They're just overshown a little bit by Soul Flayers now.
Yeah, looking at the Night Stalker list, this one, it does seem to be one of the ones that's less skewed, I guess is how I'd put it. Like, it's doing a little bit of everything, but yeah, but it's taking doubles, which is a good constant in Kings, is like always take 2 of everything for consistency.
It feels more like a toolbox army.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing. It does not look like a grab bag. Like obviously, I think a lot of these things have purposes.
Yeah.
Brought with that I know.
Brought with Rift Reavers, brought an Apparition, brought Mind Screeches, brought Butcher. Yeah. Like, you didn't bring anything bad.
Yeah. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Brew of Sharpness on Butchers. You're turning them into a hammer, but I think Night Stalkers aren't hurting for hammers too much, and I kind of like Butchers more in the anvil that can hit back roll personally, but that might just be again, that could be a personal preference because I would prefer Fiends with Brew of Sharpness as a hammer type unit. But I think John's probably going to get a repeat here if I had to say my prediction first, because John's list has a lot of durability. And I think that if Blake doesn't take things off quickly, then John's going to slowly grind through him.
What you think of Jason?
I think they're both good lists. I like John's ability to negate wounds for sure. I think this is one of the few matchups that we've had where there's been very little range. I mean, really, it's just the Mind Screeches for the most part.
John has 15 Lightning Bolt.
Compared to what we usually see, 15 Lightning Bolt.
There we go.
That is true. That is true.
I mean, let's be honest. There's very little range compared to some of the matchups we've seen. I mean, what was it the last one we saw? 40-something shots?
Yeah. I'm just saying John does have more Lightning Bolt than Blake does.
Correct. So, I mean, there's a little bit where he can kind of dictate enough of the charges, and stealthy in this matchup doesn't matter. So,
that Spell Ward banner helps against those Mind Flare or Mind Screeches, though.
That it does.
That it does.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of torn. I do like the ability to negate some of the wounds for sure. Because, I mean, unless you're double charging or getting flanks, I don't see a whole lot of things in Blake's list that's going to one-shot anything. Unless it's ghouls.
Right, which are there to be one shot.
Correct. So, I mean, I would take John in this matchup.
Yeah, if he did it once, he can do it again. What about you, Felix?
Yeah. Love Blake's army. I love his little neon. He put that crap under the glow light. It is amazing to see his army on the table. With that, I think I'm gonna go with Jack's dad on this one.
Adam?
I think you beat somebody one time doesn't say anything. You got to beat them twice. So I think Blake's gonna have something to say about the second time, though. So I'm gonna give this one to Blake.
Unite. Night Stalker jumper. Just support Night Stalkers. That's all you do. I will say that
every time I vote against John, he just proves me wrong. So you're welcome, John.
Yeah.
I will say this would be interesting now that they've played each other with basically identical lists.
How
It'll be
it'll change up the game.
How they're going to adjust. Yep. Knowing a
The
little bit
scenarios won't be Mark's bullshit lone wolf scenarios, though.
It was a progressive scoring invade scenario, and I think Blake gave John first turn for some reason. So
he's pulling the T3 strategy.
Yeah, I don't think he'll make the same mistake.
Michael?
Oh yeah, John.
Okay. Yeah. I'll give it to Jack's dad. I think he's gonna have some other matchups that are gonna be rough. But this I don't think is one of them necessarily. I think the Night Stalker list is good too. I just don't think this is a particularly good matchup for it. John's is just a little too skewed. But, all right. On to table 25. This might be the one that we had the drop.
It is.
Okay. So, surprise, surprise, we've got a mystery player, but not a mystery anymore. Y'all see it here first on the Matchup Cast. Or heard about it from probably the 8 million Facebook posts that would have been going around, or messages. But coming in,
new challenger
to take over for Lex Simon from the South, we have Mike Piercy, also hailing from the South, versus Jesse Berglund. Let's see if my panel worked out correctly. Nope, still says Lex Simon. Cool. Well, I will work on fixing that. In the meantime,
isn't it Jeff Franz versus
Jeff Franz? Sorry, did I pull the wrong one? No,
I think you did.
It's Jesse.
Yeah, because Jesse's our next matchup.
Hold on, I just pulled the wrong list, so that throws a wrench in it.
Is this table 25 or?
Yep.
Yeah, this is table 25. Jesse's on table 26, so it's an easy mistake to make.
Darn it. Well, I was doing solid until that.
Okay, yeah, I saw it in the drive right as I was pulling it up, but I was anticipating that.
We just want to screw up Jesse. That's all it is. Get him.
Yeah, it was so hard focused on making sure, like, even the name plate's right. So it's Jeff Franz, Midwest. Easy enough.
Yep, I'm here to slander Jeff because I guess he's wanting slander on this cast. So, you know, bad Jeff or something like that. So.
Yeah, 2 seconds, I'll get it up and running here. Jeff Franz,
perfect. Do you want us to skip to 26 and come back to 25?
Nah, I got it. It's already fixed. Open and shift. There we go. Should have even spotted it when I was getting them prepped, but that happens. Alrighty. So, with all that said, and then this was table 20.
25.
24?
25.
25.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I just didn't want to say it correctly. Oh, well. Well, no nameplate for this one, then. I tried my hardest to sneak it in, but it will still say Lex Simon, but everyone pretend that it says Mike Piercy.
They'll survive.
So, but we do have his list, which is a plus from previous matchup casts, where sometimes we'll have a drop and have to just be like, well, we don't know who he's playing or what they're playing with, but here's his list. So I'll go ahead and read off Michael's if someone wants to come in and read Jeff.
I'll take Jeff's.
Alrighty. For Michael, we've got the Free Dwarves, which may be the only Free Dwarf list in the event. I know we have multiple Imperial Dwarves, but I don't know if we have free.
I think there was no Free Dwarves before he came in, so.
Yeah. So we've got some Free Dwarf Ironwatch rifles. For a Horde, we've got a Horde of Ironclad with a Throwing Mastiff, like you do. We have a formation, Eric's Mallets, just pronounced with a Y. Free Dwarf Shieldbreakers, 3 regiments, 2 with Throwing Mastiffs. I think they all get Nimble is the benefit, and possibly Brutal as well.
Yeah, Brutal.
Yeah. I've never seen that formation. Free Dwarf Lord, coming in with the Wings of Honeymaze and the Lord's Jewel. So he's got the aura for Iron Resolve Dwarves, as well as Brutal. Oh, he's still part of the formation. Yeah. So he also gets Brutal, nifty, and aura Iron Resolve for Dwarves. And then we have a Dwarf on Large Beast with a Trickster's Wand. We have a Free Dwarf Stone Priest with Crown of the Wizard King and Martyr's Prayer for some sustain. We have a Free Dwarf Packmaster with the Tome of Darkness and upgraded with Mastiff Munchberries. Aura for Ranged Vicious, specifically for Throwing Mastiffs. And Homing Mastiffs, which I believe is the attack of this individual. Yep. And then we have Greater Earth Elemental upgraded to Kragoth, like you do. And 2 additional Greater Earth Elementals, coming out to 12 units and 21 unit strength.
Nice.
Nifty.
I'll go with Jeff's list. He's bringing Night Stalkers. He's starting off the list with 4 Hordes of Scarecrows, 3 Mind Screeches, a Horror Rift Weavers, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 regiments of Soul Flayers, a Banshee with the Resonant Chorus, then 2 Butcher Flesh Rippers, 1 with Blade of Slashing, 1 with Mace of Crushing, and then Esha Mishra, the Wailing Shadow, for 16 drops and 26 unit strength.
It's becoming the cookie cutter Night Stalker list. Thanks, Adam.
That list looks pretty familiar.
Yeah. Is
In
it
a lot of ways.
how close is it to yours?
About 3 units off.
Oh, damn. Okay. Which 3?
He doesn't have the Dread Fiend. He needs another Horror Rift Weaver. And another. Well, he doesn't have the Reaper Troop, so 5 units off.
Okay. It's like
He took an extra Mind Screech. He took an extra Soul Flare. 1 less Busher.
he had some
Imitation is the
flavor.
best form of flattery.
Yeah, some flavor changes. That's what we'll call them. Well, this one gets interesting because I haven't gotten to see Free Dwarf players for basically since the Imperial Dwarf list got buffed so much. I like the Horde of Ironwatch rifles, though it's definitely an interesting meta pick. I don't know that I've seen a whole lot of individuals running around. I've seen a couple, but not like... There's definitely been a couple lists without them.
So that Free Dwarf Lord with the Wings of Honeymaze also has Scout.
Yeah.
So...
And Aura Iron Resolve.
which is probably only really going to affect him. I don't see him just sitting around in the backfield supporting units.
Nope. I mean, he's a formation tack, so tacking on Wings of the Honey Maze
Yeah.
to him gives him that ability to fill that role that dwarves kind of need for anti-flyers, and I think that he'll prove pretty annoying against Jeff's list.
I mean, half of his army scouts. So, I mean, between Kragath, the Shieldbreaker, 3 Shieldbreaker regiments, and the Lord, they all scout. They're all going to be relatively up in their face if he wants to. Otherwise, on close to or on objectives or loot tokens or whatever from the get-go. Which, I mean, with dwarves, that's their biggest thing, is that they can't get there. Well, these ones will probably be able to get to that kind of stuff.
And dwarves and throwing mastiffs don't care about stealthy either. He doesn't have what I would call a critical mass of throwing mastiffs, but he does have some.
The rifles care about it though, big time. Going
Very
from 5 to 6s.
Right.
I'm opposite of Matt, where I'm actually not a huge fan of the rifles, especially this matchup.
They're just more unit strength in Slave Guardians and or Ogre crossbows with slightly less range.
I think that in
more shots.
Free Dwarves especially, I prefer Rangers because they're unlocking units.
Iron Watch rifles unlock as well.
Yeah,
that's true.
I was going to say they are in fact an unlocking unit.
And instead of taking the War Machines, the Belchers, same range, same piercing. I mean, you get more shots out of the War Machines for the points, but the unit strength is pretty big. So
yeah,
that's fair.
And it has Pathfinders, so it can march through cover to park on an objective pretty quick when it needs to.
I mean, it hits on 4s in melee too, so it's not even bad in combat.
Yep. Yeah.
It's wide enough to cover up 2 objectives as well.
And it has Wild Charge 1, so it can charge 9 inches. Look at that.
Ooh, baby.
yeah. Coming to get you.
Get ready for that Free Dwarf, Imperial Dwarf mirror match.
I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter against Scarecrows, really, but Scarecrows are speed 4 as well. They just have Wild Charge D3.
Yeah.
So at best they equal?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you keep them 9.5 inches away, and the dwarves are scared.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. He's scared.
No, he's not really scared. But
yeah. He doesn't want a 130 point unit locking down a 265 point unit by any stretch. But
right, it's a good value to get the Scarecrows into the rifles, but not required.
Right. You guys have sold me a little bit on the rifles.
This is a very Mike Piercy list. It's the best way I'd put it. It's got a lot of tricky smaller units. It's got a lot of regiments. I mean, again, all these nimble regiments to sneak around and grab flanks that you don't expect.
Are they going to grab flanks being speed 4 with Wild Charge 1?
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Somewhere, someday.
Yeah.
Squares, right? So they can corkscrew.
They are on regiments, but they're not on true squares.
Infantry regiments. Yeah.
They can still mostly corkscrew.
Yeah, by game 2, they'll capture a flank. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I like the greater Earth
3
elemental.
graders. Yeah.
Yeah, that I would not like seeing that across the table if I was this Night Stalker list, but
I think that those are kind of the saving grace here. Jeff's army definitely does not like seeing 3 of those.
Yeah. It's very, very difficult to punch through.
And the Martyr's Prayer backing them up it's going to be huge.
Felix, you haven't trashed Jeff yet. What do you got?
I'm from the Midwest. I can't be that good at slander, but man, it's copycat. It's copying Adam's list. So it's not even fully. I mean, it's like cheating off the person who's got a C in the class. It's just not.
Would you say it's a cookie cutter list?
He didn't even go full Mike Grant and just completely
literally copy paste the entire list.
I mean, just Does Mike know how to do anything else? I mean, I'd be really shocked if Mike showed up.
Apparently this year. Yeah.
I think Tom just didn't tell him what he was playing.
That is accurate.
No, Tom sent him the list that he submitted. It's just a complete troll list.
Accurate. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think the saving grace of the 3 Earth Elementals, like, I know Jeff's got practice cracking some defense 6 stuff, but that's some pretty high nerve defense 6 stuff to try and crack. So
yeah,
I think Jeff's gonna have to do his best to just sort of minimize that, because I mean they are, when all is said and done, unit strength 3 total. So
yeah,
yeah, that's all I have.
And there's a Dwarf Lord on Large Beast that's defense 6 as well. There's a lot of stuff to try and crack. But the shield breakers, the rifles, like, if Jeff gets to them, they're just going to melt. So,
yeah. Right. Going to be interesting.
Still slander. Slander against Jeff. Slander against his family. Slander against his hometown and where he lives in Indiana. Slander. So what you got, Michael? Who do you have in this match?
Looking at these 2 armies, I'm gonna give it to Franz here. I think all the slander was well deserved, but he has more scoring units, and I feel like the dwarves might stick around, but I feel like they're gonna have a hard time actually punching through those scarecrow hordes and getting all of those soul flayers too. Get the objectives. I don't say this very often, but there's certain objectives that I think the dwarves are just going to do very well, and I think dominate will be very hard for the Night Stalkers here in this particular matchup.
Yeah. I'll last time Mike and I played, he had a triple engagement on Pappy with a rear and a flank with shock troops. And he threw, I made him roll all 150 dice because I just wanted to let him do it. And I wanted to see those roll. And I told him he was going to snakes it, and he did. And I think that when you've just expunged that bad luck out of your body at that point, that he's just going to roll his entire way through Masters, now getting the shot to play. So that, and Mike is one of the best finesse players in the game. He doesn't go to too many GTs, but his practice is, I mean, he's been practicing this list for a while. I know that. So it's not just a sudden workshop list. He's been playing with it. So I'll give him the shot. Show us that you can beat the silly Night Stalkers.
I will back that as well. I think all that defense 6 will do something, even though it's not high unit strength. Like Michael said, it will depend a little bit upon scenario. But I mean, the rifles will be in the back if it is a objective or control or something like that. So they'll have to get there. They'll probably park in some trees and make soul flares come in, hit them in hindered. So I will take Michael as well.
I guess it's up to me. Yeah, I know Michael's a really good player, and I've always been a huge fan of the list he brings, no matter what, if he's playing Ratkin or Free Drawers or whatever. Like, he just it's just amazing to see what he comes with list-wise. Although I do know Jeff, his play is fueled by perceived slights, so I'm gonna have to go with Michael on this one, just so if I can see if Jeff can prove us wrong.
Felix, we're terrible Midwest players.
Yeah, we are. We're just the worst.
Well, I'm going to help you out. Jeff's got this one in the bag. He's got way too much Wind Blast to deal with, so Wind Blast will win games.
It's definitely rough.
His army does look beautiful, though. If you've ever seen Jeff's army on the table, it's really good looking. So
the best way to defeat the defense 6 is just to push it back to the deployment zone.
Yep, if you never have to engage.
Yeah, he was doing that on Saturday when I was watching him play somebody else. But yeah, it was. Yeah, quite a bit of wind blast. So.
Okay. Okay, well, fine, Google. Don't make my life easier. Moving on to table 26. We've got, now correctly, Jesse Berglund versus Bart. And I'm going to butcher this pronunciation, so everyone take a drink.
Oh,
Kohler? I'm assuming the H is silent, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's usually Kohler is what I've heard it pronounced.
Oh, shit, I didn't butcher it. Take a drink for that instead.
No matter what, we drink.
Yes, that's the point. In any case, if someone wants to take Jesse here.
I can take Jesse's.
I got Jesse's.
Oh, okay.
Whoa,
We're fucking fighting there.
That's right.
I'll let Adam take Jesse since he was insistent on it. If you want to take Bart.
No, I don't want to take Bart.
You don't want to take Bart?
Oh, it's fine. I'll take Bart. I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
Adam, you're literally the next match. You should just let Jason have it.
Oh, it's fine.
I'll take Jesse's.
That's not an excuse. Oh, what the crap? Okay, well, shoot. No nameplate. The nameplate did get changed. It's the wrong table. So there's the Mike Piercy one that I did set up and just saved under the wrong thing. Oh well. I tried my best, guys. Drop was unexpected.
All right. Jesse's playing as Twilightkin. He's got a regiment of Impalers, 2 Gargoyle troops, 3 regiments of Butchers, 2 regiments of Horsemen, 1 with Haste, the other with Strider, a Summoner Crone with the Crown of the Wizard King and Host Shadow Beast 10. Army Standard Bearer with Loot, Mikael. And then the formation, 2 troops of Blade Dancers, a regiment with the Helm of the Drunken Ram, and then the Soul Bane with the Blade of the Beast Slayer. 15 drops, 22 unit strength.
Bart is playing Trident Realms. He has a regiment of Thule with the Helm of the Drunken Ram, regiment of Placoderms with the Orb of Towering Presence, 2 hordes of Gigas naked, 2 Coral Giants naked, a Kraken, a Nide Centurion with the Periscope and the Trident of the Drowned Sea, so the 12-inch range attack that disorders things. A Thule Aquamage with Conjurer's Staff, Rising Tides, which is the Aura Wild Charge +1, and Scorched Earth. He's got, I'm not even going to try and say that name, the Hunter of the Deep. What was that, Felix? You want to try that?
That guy.
That guy, yeah, that's even worse than Shakira.
Roche.
And then he's got
just a silent Q, guys.
Let's just type something normal. The formation of the Hidden Ones, which is 2 regiments of Thule and a Thule Mythican with the Gnome Glass Shield for 13 total units with 21 unit strength.
Nifty. Does anyone know where Bart hails from? Which region? Off top of hand?
Mid-Atlantic.
Mid-Atlantic. Gotcha. Well, don't everyone get up at once to make comments.
I mean, I've played Jesse's list enough. It's a pain train. He's got his delivering with the Butchers.
Yeah.
The Butchers deliver everything. He's got the speed that backs it up with the Horsemen. The Impalers come in and pick up what's left of it. With the Summoner Crone with the Host Shadow Beast, he's got 2 options between the Mikael and the Soulbane, and he knows how to use it. He's been doing it since the upgrade of the new cock, and he has gotten really, really good with it. He's gotten 2nd overall, I think, at Bug Eater, did really well at Shallow. Adepticon, he got 2nd. Been right there to win tournaments every time. Put on final table at Bug Eater. But yeah, It hits hard, and he knows how to use it exactly how he wants to.
Yep, that is accurate.
Yeah.
He's been playing Variants of Elves for years now, so being able to go into Twilightkin is chef's kiss in terms of perfecting what he's been doing for years now. So
Well, and he's just perfected the melee Twilightkin. Like looking at the form, nobody else runs this formation. It like on paper, discussing it's like it's not that good, right? But even if the formation doesn't get to use any of the special rules, like he's found that Soulbane that he gets into it just pairs well with Mikael and the way that he wants to threaten with Host Shadow Beast. The Blade Dancers still hit like trucks. They just need a lot of support, and they definitely get that in this list. It's definitely one of my favorite lists out there, and Jesse's like these guys have said, he's been playing it for a while, and he's been playing it really well at some of the highest levels for a while. So I think that Bart's going to have a rough time, but I don't know how much practice Jesse gets against Trident Realms, though. So
Mel doesn't play him anymore.
Yeah.
I will say this.
Really playing?
I mean, not well, but that's okay.
Right. Oh, okay.
But I will say this: he doesn't want to see the one thing he might not want to see is Ensnare. Going from 3s to 4s can definitely drop some things. The butchers on 6s, 5s instead of 4s. So that would be the one that, 6s have hindered. So I mean, I would say Bart that's one thing going for him is that is definitely something that Jesse doesn't want to see. But Jesse also, just like I said, it is for lack of a better terms, a pain train. He's coming forward at you, and you are not getting out of the way. So either you can take it or you can't take it.
Yeah.
Mikael's also going to kind of be able to run a little rampant here.
Yeah, I mean, he'll hunt down the Centurion, he's got plenty of options to hunt down individuals as well. And he's really good with Mikael. He just finds ways around, and he's good.
Yeah. For all the benefits that Ensnare's going to give Bart here, he's going to lose it from being low defense effectively against units that really like to see low defense.
Yep.
Hitting on 4s, yeah, it hurts, but then you're wounding on 2s with the Blade Dancers. I mean, it's pretty disgusting. And that's like only some of the meat. The Horsemen, 3s to 4s, it's a little bit more painful there, but they're only losing 2 attacks. They're still 18 attacks base. Like, you're still going to wound on 2s. I would normally say stick to trees and pray. But I don't know how much that even helps here. The Gigas are still defense 6. There's that.
Placoderms are 6.
Yeah, Placoderms are 6. So he's got a couple things. And I like Coral Giants. Like Ensnare defense 5 with their nerve is really solid, but Mikey obviously will have a fun target in those to test out. Against the other units, I think the Coral Giants are amazing. I think if he manages to somehow get the Blade Dancers pinned against Coral Giants, that's like the best case scenario for him. But that's assuming that Jesse has all the speed. Like, he gets to pick the fights here.
Right.
Those duel are not happy in this matchup.
Yeah. Scorched Earth is cool, but you can only target one unit. Like, that's always kind of been my issue with it. It's got the same problems that Weakness does. Like, it helps. It can be good in the right circumstances, but I feel like it being limited to one, you're only removing one of these Abyssal Horseman units, and he's got 4 units that are going to kick you in the face. Not counting Mikey, who has the busted combo of Where is it?
Shadow Beast.
Thank you, Host Shadow Beast. To follow.
He also has notably he also has a second Soulbane that is his formation tax that you can also just host Shadow Beast on, because why not? So, if Mikael's not doing anything important, you still have that option.
Yeah.
So the host Shadow Beast is gonna be getting him a lot of value.
And instead of Scorched Earth, I actually really like seeing Barkskin in Twilight, or not Twilight, Trident Realms.
Yeah,
Mhm.
combos extremely well with the regen that most of the units have.
And in Snare,
Yeah, and in Snare.
It's just good. Barkskin's almost.
It's really good on defense 3 units. Yeah. I mean, Kairosh, he's an interesting character, but like,
he's unpronounceable. That's really kind of thing.
Yeah, he's gonna have a rough time against against literally nothing in this list that he can affect. He might be able to affect the Abyssal Horseman. I think he's only like monsters, cav, and monsters specifically. Yeah,
it's large cav, monsters, titans. That's what I was just looking at. The poor man's Mikael.
Yeah. He's always been a weird pick in my mind. Like he deploys really far out, which is cool. Like, scout 14 inches, and then you got wild charge D3 and speed 7, so you can get places that a lot of assassins want to get. But then he's defense 4, he's in snare, but he's only 12-14. He doesn't hold stuff up for like a lot of the other punchy characters do.
Mikael one-shots him.
Yeah, exactly. Mikey's just
points investment.
Yeah.
Though, like Mikael's 230 points. Kairosh is only 140, so I don't hate him in the list. Ector would maybe be better, but
I would have preferred Ector.
Mm-hmm.
Ector, those butchers regiments do not want to see Ector at all. You just
pop
him in front, and that'll stay the whole game.
Well, the blade dancers can't see him half the time unless they're on a hill at that point, so it actually slows up his entire line for the most part. The chat made a good point that with Scorched Earth plus the Disordered, or the Disordered gun, you can actually strip Thunder on the cav before they come in as well with the shooting.
Yeah, but he's defense 3. He's defense 3 almost everywhere. Yeah, like that's the issue. Is like he's built in.
He's got the Gigas and the Placoderms though, so those will probably be front line, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, the Thule will be farther back.
Yeah. These Thules just get Wild Charge, is that it? Or Pathfinder and Wild Charge for the formation? Yeah, Pathfinder. Yeah. Just Pathfinder.
Pathfinder. Yeah, and then the guy's got the Thunder's Charge aura.
Yep. They hit okay.
Okay, gotcha. So they're kind of like, they're fast ghouls.
The Thule formation is a good.
They're really good.
It's just
it's really good.
It's good. It's fast.
That Centurion might be hunting the Host Shadow Beast caster, actually. If it can shut it down with the Trident, that's what you want to hit.
You got to get within 12, though, which can be hard to do.
Yeah.
Really hard. So,
it's got the Periscope, though. It can see people.
Yeah.
Yes, it can.
I've seen that before. It's cute, but like, I mean, you got to do that and also dodge Mikey while you're doing it, and that's kind of the trick.
Yeah. Well, I guess the Summoner Crone's actually stealthy.
Yeah, and to top it off,
individual cover, like you're going to be hitting on 6s probably against it. So,
I was saying, hit the Abyssal Horseman.
Yeah,
if you can.
I'm saying this as someone who has played against almost this exact Trident Realms list. These units sometimes have some issues.
He's got a great name for it.
Yeah, I do think this unit, like the Naiad Centurion, is good. I just don't think it works as well against this style of list as people would like it to.
Don't forget that the Blade Dancers do have Wild or Thunder Charge, not Crushing 1, so the Placoderms will strip that. Granted, he has a Bane chant that backs it up. But,
yeah.
I mean, their defense 6 with Phalanx. That's going to be ugly.
Yeah. Well, don't charge the Placoderms.
Yeah.
Certainly on the front.
I'm going Jesse.
I'm going Jesse. I'm going to be a good Midwest teammate for once.
You got to go with the bald ones, right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Jesse's
Zing.
been on a tear recently. He was top tables at the last couple tournaments I've been with him at, so I get with Jesse too.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to tell Bart, since he's watching this, 3 numbers, 10, 11, and 12, which was about 90% of the nerve checks he had against me in Mountaineer. So hopefully that continues on. Yeah, he was just taking off whatever he wanted. Didn't matter what he was charging with what. It just like, oh, sweet, we'll take an 11 on this nerve check. I was like, well, I guess I'm dead. So hopefully I'm going to go with Bart on this one. Hopefully his luck continues. I know he says historically he has bad dice, but I personally have not experienced any of that. So
Yeah.
I mean, if you roll well, you win games. Lists
Pat-
don't matter. Roll well.
Pat reminds me that the reason for Karosh over Ector is that he's better for shutting down shooting, as opposed to Ector, who's just better at being a brick. And
Fair.
a fucking immovable brick.
I think
Yeah.
the Trident Warehomes list will do well in later rounds.
Yeah. Against armies with more shooting, which
Yes.
is ironic because they've got Ensnare, which you'd think would make them better against the melee.
right.
But yeah, I've talked at length with Jesse about this list in particular, and just kind of I've seen how he runs it. He knows how to make Mikey work. I've often criticized Mikey for being kind of a one-trick pony, where like if you're really good, you can try to hide the monsters and individuals in places where Mikey just can't get to them, and he ends up getting stranded doing nothing and not making his points. But here he's got a lot of options to go for. Lots of characters, lots of monsters. Mikey with Host Shadow Beast backing him up is going to have a fun day with this list, so I will give it to Jesse.
Bart, you got this. I voted for you for best sports, despite the fact I lose best sports at Mountaineer because I voted for you. So you got this. Do it.
Alrighty. Yeah, just to be clear, guys, like we're not omnipotent. We can't tell you you're gonna win or lose. And so we can just tell you what we think will happen.
Sure, we
It's
can.
just
We
a
are
question of-
100% predicting the future here for this Masters.
I have
Everything's
never been
question of
wrong on a
question.
matchup cast once, not ever, and
If
no
they-
one makes it their priority to come to me at events and tell me that I was wrong in a match. That has
yeah.
never
If
happened.
they believe us, that's
Never.
all that counts. So,
We're like, we're foreseeing. That's what it is.
Yep.
yeah.
Speaking of foreseeing, who wants to go to table 27?
Yep. Oh, speak of the
It
devil,
was
we got
foreseen.
another Twilight Kin list. One might call it
What?
a cookie cutter
Kin?
Twilight Kin. Or sorry, not Twilight Kin.
Huh?
Night Stalkers, another Night Stalker list. I'm sorry, I get confused sometimes because they both have a lot of Night Stalker stuff.
That's accurate.
But we've got Adam Ballard, who I'm going to make read his own list, despite the fact that he just went, versus Marcelo Rucco.
I'll get Marcelo's.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll read mine first. So I got my trash stalkers for this year's Masters. We got 4 hordes of scarecrows, 2 troops of reapers, 1 with the boots of striding, 2 mind screeches, 2 horror rift weavers, 3 soul flares, a dread fiend with the trickster's wand, and 3 butcher flesh rippers. 17 drops, 28 unit strength.
Oh,
Are
we're
you
done
gonna
yet?
try it
Okay.
this year, Adam? You just bringing this soft list?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll bring Marcelo Rucco. He's bringing Order of the Brother Mark. So he starts off with a regiment of men-at-arms swordsmen, then a regiment of men-at-arms spearmen with the veteran command, which raises their unit, the route and waiver values up by 1. A horde of paladin monster slayers with the brew of strength. I think it's 3 regiments of the Abyssal Hunt one with the Blessing of the Gods, one with Sir Jesse's Boots, and one with Makwar's Potion of the Caterpillar, because he wants his Order of the Bristle Hunt to get places. Got 3 troops of Valain skirmishers and a regiment of Valain skirmishers. So that regiment has the Helm of the Drunken Ram and has the Initiates of the Brother Mark upgrade, which raises the Wavering Route value by 1 for the regiment, and then increases their melee stat from 4 to 3.
Baby Knights.
He's got, pretty much. An Exemplar Hunter with the Scythe of the Harvester and Gauntlet, which I believe gives them Duelist. Mounted on a horse. Then 2 priests. One with Conjurer's Staff, one with Boomstick, both with Banechant 2. And then a War Wizard with Crown of the Wizard King, replacing his Fireball with Lightning Bolt. Knowledgeable, and then Host Shadow Beast 10. That is 14 drops, 25 unit strength.
He's just Host Shadow Beasting the Hunter, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he does have the Gauntlet and the Scythe, so he's got Duelist. Because that's what the Gauntlet does, right? It's Duelist.
Yep. Yeah. And then the Slayer D3.
Yeah, Slayer D3, so okay. I can see that.
Or it's Rampage for Scythe.
Oh, so he's both then?
Yep.
Yeah, he just has Slayer built in, so.
Yep.
He does,
Yeah.
He always gets D3.
So, fuck you unless you're a chariot, basically.
Pretty much. He's got you. I will go first on the call. My call will entirely be based on if Marcelo wears the turtleneck that he was wearing when he was playing on his driveway a months ago. Like, he wears a turtleneck, he's going to win this. Otherwise, I'll go with Adam. And I'm done.
Fair. Man, I gotta look at this one compared to Tyler's.
They're very different.
Yeah.
A lot less infantry.
Yeah, a lot more cav. A lot more what I expect to see. Heck, I almost wish that these were just more knights. Just fully commit to the mounted bit. I guess he's got some foot individuals too. He's got Banechant to back it up.
I'll say this about Marcelo's list. He played something very similar to Adepticon, and Jeff Shilkin played him in. They played to a draw, and Jeff had nothing but great things to say about Marcelo as a competitor and as a person and his list, and he said it hit extremely hard. In saying that, we did a fantasy draft with Lake Swat last week, and I picked Adam first, so I'm just going to go Adam Ballard. Unfortunately.
Gotta respect the game. So, you know.
I mean, he's my number 1 pick, so I gotta kind of roll with him, I guess.
Locked
you got your
in.
house on it.
Look, man, my man Larry, let me tell you. Yeah, I like the list. I don't think there's like. I definitely would probably want to see it played. It's one of those where I'm like, compared to Tyler's, which like I know what he was doing before he put it on the table based on how his was designed. This one, I'd be curious to see how it deploys and how he moves it. Especially with all these different troops of the fast cav backing up the Chonk, which is these Abyssal Hunt Knights. Just kind of well-rounded. It's just very, very melee heavy, I guess is how I'd put it. I don't think there's any shooting. He has the boomstick. Yeah, he's the boomstick. And the wizard.
Same with me. I only have 12 lightning bolts. Everything else is melee.
You don't use it. Use Wind Blast.
Yeah, you get stealthy,
That's
though.
True.
And Spellward for good measure.
I have 2 auras of Spellward.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. I mean, the critical problem with this Night Stalker style and why it's so good is that he's gonna have to get multi-charges to pick up the Scarecrows fast enough and then have enough to not get smacked back by the Soul Flayers, Reapers, and other stuff, and that's assuming that Adam effectively lets him cross the table with enough stuff to do it at the same time. Does he outdrop you? No, he does not. Not even close. So,
No.
yeah.
There's like one or two armies that do outdrop Adam.
Yeah, which makes it even more difficult to pull that off, because you're just gonna... These Butcher Flesh Rippers are not bad in flanks, and they're not bad as chaff. Yeah, like...
Well, he's got the Hex, so I mean, he'll slow down potentially one of the casters per turn, one of this lightning bolt. So either he's going to shoot or he's going to move, and he's probably going to target War Wizard if possible.
Yeah, a lot of the investment is here. Though if he needs to,
is all my drops are scoring.
Yeah.
So 17 scoring drops, and I only see 10 from Marcelo.
Yep.
There are only 10.
That's big hill to have to eliminate that many more drops for scoring purposes.
And his duelist on his character, on his hunter, won't matter for crap.
That is true.
That's true. But no individual. But he'll get the D3 at least.
Slayer and... Yeah,
Host.
It's still a scary character.
Yes,
especially with Host, it could definitely pop something.
Put him in on with the Order of the Abyssal Hunt. That's going to put some damage real quick on those units between those two.
I was going to say the Order of Abyssal Hunt Knights are going to feel a little bit left out with their Slayer D3 not actually giving them much. Though the Vicious will help against the trying to pop the Scarecrows faster. I just don't think he has enough attacks. That's really what it comes down to. I don't think he can get through the Scarecrows fast enough, even if he gets to them with enough stuff. Because I think bare minimum you need 2 regiments to hit 1 to kill it. And I don't even think that's necessarily a guarantee. You get it hindered or a couple bad dice, and the Scarecrow sticks. Yeah.
Adam,
I like it because it's Knights, but
I don't need to pick anything.
Adam's picking himself. Yeah, I'm going with Adam. It's a strong list. It's well designed. It's clean. It has 2 magic items, which, again, in my mind, is like the less magic items you have, the more evidence that you're taking the cleanest, most efficient units you can. And one of those items is debatably the best one in the game with the Strider Boots. So, and the other best item in the game right now, which is the Trickster's Wand. So.
It's just a tech choice.
Yeah.
It almost never works, but when it does,
I mean,
I'll be glad I took it.
Yeah.
Especially on a height 4 large cap.
Oh yeah. I don't know why you take it on anything but a height 4 large cap.
Right.
I also got to give it to Adam, bold opinion, but Adam's a good player, and this is a stupid good list. So I think Marcelo's pretty good. So we played last year, first round at Masters, and he beat me in a very close game, but I've never come close to beating Adam, so I've got to give it to Adam.
Yeah. So we basically got Marcelo if he wears the very specific shirt, or Adam. Solid picks.
I'll see you Saturday morning with the turtleneck, Marcelo.
He's just starting to pack, and now he's got to go grab the turtleneck just in case.
Just in case. All right. Table 28. We got 5 more to go, guys. Making good time.
Oh, I know who I'm picking on this one.
This is a good one.
Billy had been bugging me since he found out that I was in the matchup cast to tell him who he was playing, and so I just now informed him a minute before who he's playing, so he can get those practice games in. So you're welcome, Billy.
All right. I will take my boy Billy.
Yeah.
If someone would like to read Alex Chavez, because just an easy matchup for Billy.
I will definitely take Alex Chavez.
Cool. Starting with Billy here, we have 2 regiments of Draugr. The Fallen, a horde with Brewer Strength. 2 regiments of Mounted Sons, both upgraded with Guise of the Deceiver for stealthy. 1 with Potion of the Caterpillar, and 1 with Boots of Striding, like you do. 3 regiments of Snow Foxes. 2 Lords on Frostfangs, both with Snow Foxes, because duh. 1 with Blade of Slashing, Magnild, and then Slicksneer's Shriekers. 2 regiments of Horse Raiders, 1 with Helm of the Drunken Ram, and a Lord on Horse with Brutal, a Snow Fox, and an aura that gives Brutal +1 for Barbarians, Crush 2, and then the Devoted Icon.
Matt got really excited about the formation.
Whoa.
No kidding.
It just might have said a reboot there. That'll be interesting. Hopefully the stream didn't drop.
It looks like it's still on. The stream's still on.
Okay, maybe it's just Discord then. Okay, well, hopefully it was just Discord. But in any case, Brand of the Warrior gaining Brutal, Snow Fox, so he has an extra attack, which I don't know if Easy Army factors that into the stat profile there, but I'm going to do the... Okay, it does.
It does normally.
Yeah, so 7 attacks with Brutal 2 effectively, and the Devoted Icon, which I don't remember what that does. Oh, that's just the upgrade. Okay.
It's the upgrade, yeah.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Yeah, nifty little character. And then some
It's
solid
really
light
why
cav.
you take the formation, honestly.
Yeah.
Brutal 2 is pretty strong in Varnger.
Yeah. I mean these are solid cav. They just have the lower nerve. Like hitting on 3s with 14 attacks and nimble. Or they're nimble. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially at that price point. They're very solid.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're
and the
not bad.
helm of the Drunken Ram.
Yeah.
Thunder 2 can be good things. Alex is running Night Stalkers, 2 regiments of Scarecrows, 2 regiments of Needlefangs, 2 hordes of Butchers, a Horror Riftweaver, a horde of Fiends with the Potion of Caterpillar, 2 regiments of Soul Flares, 1 with the Staying Stone, 1 with Mesa Crushing, 2 Shadow Hulks, a Void Lurker with the Blade of Slashing, and Shakira for 14 total units at 23 unit strength.
Nifty. Well, this is another Night Stalker list that's running less Soul Flayers and less Scarecrows.
Yeah, this Night Stalker list looks a little bit like the Night Stalkers of old. A little more focused on those Butcher hordes, Fiend hordes.
Yeah.
A Shadow Hulk or 2, a Void Lurker.
Yeah. Do you love me
It's
some
a
Void Lurkers?
well-rounded list.
Yeah, and Chavez is a very good player. He's a former master, so it's not a hot take.
Just a former master.
Never heard of him.
Bold prediction right there.
What's the speed looking like here? He's got 2 Soul Flayers, the Fiends, 2 Needle Fangs. So speed 7, the Void Lurker, and Shakira. And on the flip side, we've got 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8,
Speed
8, 8.
across the board, basically.
Yeah.
7 with the Frostfang Lords.
Yeah.
Magnild flies for a turn. Otherwise, she's 7.
So, in actuality, Alex actually has some of the speed. That's interesting.
Billy has volume of speed, but Chavez has like magnitude.
Yeah.
So he could determine some of those matchups, but the Snow Foxes really are pivotal to Billy's strategy in most games.
It's definitely rough with the Soul Flayers too, because they're going to be able to push some of his stuff back out. So if Billy tries to set up, there's the sweet spot, right, where if you go close enough to the bait the speed 10 stuff, but just far enough that the speed 8 stuff still can't get into you, like, or speed 7 stuff, I guess in this case, like, that's the sweet spot. But then with the Soul Flayers, you can just shove them back out with enough of it so that then the flying stuff can either commit or he can push forward with his line.
Yeah, but he doesn't have enough reliable wind blast to do those types of things. He only has 2
only has
from
the 2.
the Soul Flayers.
He does have some enthrall, which could help a little bit, just moving people out of position. But
I don't know that you want to enthrall the Varangur closer. Just from experience.
They do say keep your enemies close or your friends close and enemies closer. So maybe that's
yeah.
Maybe
just let it happen.
I don't think it happens like that in King's War, but hey, maybe Alex has figured out something I haven't figured out in King's War.
What does he have? Does he have a heal anywhere?
No heal.
Nobody
heal. Has heal.
Okay. Well, this gets
all the wounds
fun.
Are sticking.
Yeah.
Yep.
The horse riders can actually. I mean, it'll be 6s, so it's gonna be a rough uphill climb, but they'll stick some wounds on the lower defense stuff, and there's a lot of lower defense stuff to try to stick it on.
Needle Fangs are a great target.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And Chavez doesn't, other than the Needle Fang, Chavez doesn't have a lot of chaps, so those horse riders can get in.
That's if he sticks them out before moving them forward at the double.
Yeah. I mean, he can just hide the Needle Fangs behind other stuff, but there's plenty of stuff to at least try to take some blinks at.
Mm-hmm.
And with nimble and steady aim in the mix, he can try to get around. Like if he's hiding everything behind the butchers, he can try to like circle around them, get some cheeky shots. He doesn't have to engage right away. Man,
I think the biggest thing is Alex doesn't have a way to reach out and take out the Snow Foxes from Billy.
Right.
I think those Snow Foxes will allow Billy to dictate the combats that he wants. And Alex can use the Soul Flares as that fast chaff counter, but I don't. That's really not how he wants to use those. So
right.
I mean, let's be honest. Billy's dice are Billy's dice.
It's true. So that's probably why I'm not going to vote for him. But
yeah, the Needle Fangs could come out to position, but then they're getting planked by the horse raiders.
Or they'll even get charged by the Snow Foxes and probably get taken out.
Yeah, I'd take that charge. Defense too. The Snow Foxes vicious. They are, because of course they are.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. It's gonna come down. I think. I mean, you hit it well on the head. Positioning with the Snow Foxes, getting enough initial charges to pick up enough stuff, of which there are enough heavy hitters that are going to have to be in that front line with the butchers and the fiends. If these aren't in the front line, that means the Soul Flayers are in the front line. The Scarecrows just don't have enough frontage to cover everything. He's going to have to watch out for the Void Lurker. I will say this, Billy, if you're here and you're listening, just get it in the flank in terrain and let it have the flank, and then it does nothing. Or does a lot less, I guess.
Or just don't let it get in the flank, just front.
In a perfect world, never let it get in the flank. But if you have to let it get you in the flank, stick it in terrain. So, and it's not nearly as big of an issue.
And Billy just redeemed take a shot, Matt. So,
but yeah, I think Billy has the right tools to beat Alex Chavez, but it is Alex Chavez, and he's a good player. So I don't know. I'm gonna make Jason go first so I can coattail off of someone.
While you take a shot.
Yeah, while I take the shot.
Well, I picked Billy on my Masters team last year, and he didn't do so well. So I'm actually going to pick Chavez in the mindset that Billy is actually going to have a great Masters tournament, and his dice will not let him down for the first tournament ever.
It's fair. It's fair.
See, I got a little bit on both these horses here because I did pick Alex Chavez for my Master Fantasy team this year. But obviously, got a homer for Billy. So I think I'm going to pick Alex, and then I win either way. So
That's fair.
Fair.
It's a solid strategy. Yeah.
Michael?
I'm going to pick Billy. He's kind of an asshole, but I still hope he wins because he's region. So, I do like Chavez quite a bit. We had a great game at Masters last year and got very drunk. So, I think they're going to have a fun time.
That's great.
They are both great to hang out with.
Oh yeah, both are amazing to hang out with. Love hanging out with both of them. For myself, I'm gonna go with Chavez because I'm repping one of 3 or 4 Hispanics that play Kings of War in the larger national community. So gotta, La Raza. But and also another thing, I mean, he's got a noun named after him for his Sunday morning activities when he does a tournament. So you got to go with Alex on that one. So go for Chavez. See, Michael knows what I'm talking about. He's kind of laughing to himself as his computer. So
I'll close out and say that Billy's not having to play against Surge this time, so therefore he's got this. He's got this. I believe in you.
I mean, that is a good Varinger list. I'll at least say that. I'm just banking on Chavez's kind of with experience and again with Billy's bad dice because he's got my dice apparently. So
yeah, Billy's dice is really what holds him back. So
I'm going to put a plug in for Lake SWAT. Donnie just put it in the chat. The fantasy draft that we're talking about, me and Adam, we did last week. Donnie said it should be up tonight on Lake SWAT's website tonight. So if you want something else to listen to besides this while you're driving or flying to Seattle at some point, because I know Donnie's driving right now, feel free to listen.
If you want to drop a link to that in the chat, absolutely go for it.
Donnie can do that. Donnie, it's Donnie's thing.
Yeah,
he might be driving.
Donnie, go ahead.
He just said it's gonna be. It should be up tonight, so that's not on me. He's
okay.
People on the road right now. He's in Montana, so I think he'd be all right.
He's typing in the chat while he's driving.
Nothing in Montana.
There's a lot of buffalo to dodge in Montana. Okay.
That I don't know, but sure, I'll give it up to you.
All right. Here we will have one of the softest tables in the entire event, I'm sure, but certainly one of the prettiest when it comes to Hank's side. Michael will have to do it just with his physical appearance to cover.
Both are handsome men. Let's admit that. I mean,
that's true. That's true. Hank doing okay. I know he's not watching though, so I don't have to flatter him.
God damn it!
It's okay. Keep going.
But we've got Hank Googe playing Michael Sigler. Michael, I'm going to make you read your list because at this point it's just the new tradition when it comes to having people on the cast who are actually playing. And if someone else wants to read Hank's.
Sure, I'll read Hank's.
All right. Go ahead and start us off, Michael. I'm going to switch them.
Alrighty, so first off, we have 2 regiments of Abyssal Ghouls. Then we have 1 troop of Gargoyles, 2 Hordes of Molochs with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding and Makwar's Potion of the Caterpillar, and they both have the Despoiler upgrades. We have 2 Regiments of Tortured Souls with Blade of Slashing and Mace of Crushing, which I will never remember over the course of the tournament. We have 2 Croniuses, a Seductress with a Gnome Glass Shield. We have a Well of Souls, a Manifestation of Baal, and Zazuzu. I've got a total of 20 unit strength and 13 drops.
Man's reading it off like a sales pitch. All right. With Hank.
And Hank's got some Varangur. He's got 3 Regiment of Draugr, 2 Hordes of Snow Trolls, one with Dwarven Ale, the other with Chalice of Wrath, as you do. Mounted Sons Regiment with the Stealthy upgrade and Jesse's Boots. A Regiment of Thunderwolves with Caterpillar. 2 Jabberwocks with the range upgrade. Magus with Drain Life 6. A Lord on Frostfang with Snowfox. A Lord on Chimera with Trickster's Wand. And Kernufkus.
Roofnir.
Kerfluffle.
Oh, interesting.
Krampus.
Yeah. Is he bloodbound? Can he choose himself for this Bring Me Their Head thing? I would assume
he
so.
He is bloodbound.
It's within 12 inches of this unit, regardless of line of sight. Is he within 12 inches of himself?
I mean,
my favorite question.
He could do it.
Yeah.
He could absolutely do it.
I have one individual for that to trigger on, so we'll see if it comes up in this game.
Yeah. It may not matter. It's an interesting character that I don't see often because most Varangur players are running triple Frostfang Lords on triple Lords on Frostfang, but we've got only one here. So,
Yeah, it turns out Varangur has a lot of really good scoring characters to take.
I think Tom Robinson took him at Renegade. Or not Renegade, Adepticon.
Ooh.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And he was putting in work with him.
Tom Robinson will do that.
Yes.
I do like the Jabberwocks. I think they're
great.
Yeah. They're underused.
They really are.
Yeah. And the rest of it is the Snow Trolls are definitely a Hank thing specifically. But the Tundra Wolves and the Mountain Sons are your standard, stealthy bits of striding and Tundra Wolves with Caterpillar. Very good light cav, very good heavy cav. And then Snow Trolls are nice because they got that really high cap at 18. Because most trolls are 14, 17 off the top of head.
Yep.
So
yeah,
this is one of the last units that maintains that old Varangur style of having higher nerve than it probably should.
And them being vicious and having wild charge is a really good addition to trolls or a unit of that type. So.
Yep. On the other side, we've got they're actually similar lists because you've got the Molochs instead of trolls and you got Abyssal Ghouls instead of Draugr. The Tortured Souls are definitely a little bit nicer on the Speedy Chaff side of things because they're 5 points more than Rev Cav, but fly because why not?
Why not? Yeah.
And I do like Cronius's, and I do hate the Well of Souls for a whole number of reasons, especially after they changed it back to make it dumb again.
I think it's just fine.
It is something you got to be patient with. I would agree with that. It plays like a slow dragon that has trouble hitting things. But boy, can you just pull wounds off of stuff.
Michael, you seem pretty happy about that.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been playing Kings of War for about 3 years now, and this is my favorite army I've ever played. I love playing it. I have been doing very well with it, and I think that will continue.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Love it. Love it.
I wanted to design that list.
No, I built the list. It's just that every list I build, I send to Adam mid working out, just to make sure it's not a bad list.
And
by
you just
that,
so
he means
happen.
mid- Well, he means it means mid workout. He sends it to Adam mid workout.
I will also
Yeah.
note the 3 emojis in the.
Yes, I was gonna comment on that. Love it.
Yeah.
I don't think the yeah. Hold on, I'll pull it down just for Michael.
I'm styling on my opponents here because I found out the easy army you could do that in.
Yeah, I learned something new every day.
Yep. I will say that. How much shooting do you have?
I have 15 lightning bolts.
15 lightning bolts.
So you got lightning bolt. Gotcha. Which it's mostly defense 5 on Hank's side, but I don't think outside of the Draugr he has a whole lot of sustain. Kroof has regen, which is cool. Everything else is kind of. He's got some drain life.
Yeah, he has 1 drain life source, so he has some sustain.
He has
And
a
he's got
little
regen.
sustain.
Yeah.
And the trolls do regen, so there's that. So yeah, actually, he's got a decent amount of sustain. And you've got a couple things like this. This is not a bad matchup for either player. This is a cover art Kings of War battle. Is what I'd call this.
I was going to say, I don't think there's really an upper hand on either side. Both lists actually have a lot of similarities to each other. So
yeah, 2 Croniuses instead of 2 Jabberwocks.
Lord on Chimera, Well of Souls, and Bale.
Yeah. Kroof instead of Zuzuzu.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I think it'll just come down to who plays better.
Well, we know who's going to win that one then.
I mean, Hank does take pointers from Jeff Swan, so.
Who I undefeated against.
That's true. You've beaten Jeff Swan.
I've beaten the master. We'll see if I can beat the pupil. If I'm being honest, though, I have played Hank before, and I think we're players of a similar skill set. Our last game was very close. We're generally very close towards the end of tournaments. Hank's always one of those players that I'm kind of floating around. I would say that I give my list an advantage, again, because I love this list, and I feel like I have a lot more sustain than Hank does. He pretty much has to pick any unit he hits up on the first go. Otherwise, I'm just going to take all those wounds off with the Well of Souls and the Croniuses. And I feel like I hit him back and he takes some of those wounds off, but I just grind better and I can position myself to grind against this list. So I'm not unhappy with this matchup, but.
Yeah. Hank's definitely gotten better over time. But if anyone's unaware of his painting accolades in the South / Mountain / any event he's gone to this year, it's very clear that he is up there on the painting tables. I would not be shocked to see him get bare minimum top 3 placing for paint, if not first.
My goal is to beat Hank really bad so he could submarine his way to Paragon.
Yeah.
He's all right.
He's actually a very good dark horse pick for Paragon. I'd say that for sure.
I don't even think he's a dark horse pick with those paint scores.
I was going to say, with the paint score and the sports score I expect him to get, wouldn't he be a front runner?
This list will struggle pretty hard on some of the general matchups.
I think I'm a fairly decent matchup for him, as we've discussed, and I would still give my list an advantage over his. I think that there's a lot of lists that he is going to struggle more against than my list.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm gonna go with Hank just because it's my boy Hank.
All right. Well, I gotta go with my man, Michael. All right, Michael, you got my vote.
Felix? I, of course, voted for myself. I'm going to take this down. Sorry, Hank. You'll beat me in paint scores, probably.
Yes.
I'm gonna.
Undoubted.
I'm gonna go for Hank because it makes this very awkward between Michael and I, the rest of the cast, and I'm just here for it. So.
I unfortunately let Travis talk me into picking Michael for our fantasy group, so I unfortunately have to go with Michael.
You could do what I did.
Thank you, Travis.
You could do what I did and vote against your pick, so you win either way.
You're not wrong there.
All right. Table 30. 3 to go.
All the mountain players are coming out.
Yeah, it's almost like this was sorted by a computer somehow.
Coming up in the work.
Hey, don't insult Ryan like that.
It's almost like this came up from a computer somehow. No, I didn't notice it until I was organizing the list. I was just like, oh wait, conveniently the entire Southeast is first. I'm like, oh, I see what happened. So, but definitely would take a lot of organizing to shift some table numbers around to get it a little bit less front loaded with the Southeast, but that's okay. In any case, we've got Andrew Minton versus Kat Royer.
Royer.
Okay. That might just be a misspell then. Royer?
Yeah, I think it's just Royer, but I could be wrong.
It's all right. We had Hank down as Hank George.
I do drink a lot of whiskey, so maybe I get it wrong.
Fun. Alrighty. If someone wants to take Andrew's list, I'll go ahead and read Kat's list.
I'll take Andrew's. He's playing ogres. He's got 5 regiments of warriors, 2 hordes of siege breakers with Staying Stone and Chalice of Wrath, 3 Croc Dog Wranglers, Mammoth Big Deal, an Ogre Warlock with Drain Life, and then a Naked Ogre Warlock, 2 Berserker Bullies, 1 with Slashing, 1 with Crushing, and Nom Nom. 16 drops, 22 unit strength.
Nifty. On the flip side, we've got Unblooded and Unafraid Salamanders, possibly the only Salamander list.
Great list name.
We've got 3 hordes and 1 regiment of Salamander Unblooded, hence the name. 1 of the hordes has the Bow of Kaba. 3 troops of Ancients. 3 regiments of Ember Sprites. 3 greater fire elementals. 1 with Aura, Wild Charge, +1 Salamander, or is that just built into? Why? No, you have to pay for it. Okay. Interesting. It's just a straight up upgrade. Okay, cool. Don't know you need it twice, but cool. He's got Banechant 3 on a Mage Priest with Surge 8, and another Surge 8 with Veil of Shadows. Trying to dodge those nasty Gladestalkers. He's got a Battle Captain with the Path of Fire upgrade to gain Pathfinder for all his heavy infantry, so all of that. And then he's got the Gekata Skylord on a Scorchwing, just on its own. Coming out to 17 drops and 25 unit strength.
Well, she is from the Mid-Atlantic, so she's definitely seen her share of Gladestalkers, so that's, I think that kind of feeds that the Veil of Shadows and trying to get as much stealthy as possible. So
yeah.
He also is a very good painter.
Yeah, her painting is amazing. Like I think she and I bonded at Adepticon, and we both lost our round 2 matchups over some cheap urban. And looking at her army, it's amazing. So
cool.
And she's not a bad player at all. So I think this is going to take a pound of flesh at Masters.
Yeah, greater fire elementals are better bone giants.
Yeah, well, most stuff is better bone giants these days. Let's just be real. But
that being all that being said, I mean, despite being from Oklahoma, Andrew is still a pretty good player, and Andrew actually has my favorite ogre list. I think this is the best ogre list at Masters, in my opinion. I like the mix of the 9x9 style with all the warrior regiments with the Siegebreaker core. I think it's a very strong combination and a good balanced list.
Triple Croc dogs are going to do some work.
They're Andrew.
Yeah. Yep.
So
I don't think I've ever played Andrew, so I don't know if he's actually like the list. I don't dislike. I agree with Michael's points. It's definitely a little bit more flexible than some of the straight 9x9s or some of the straight Siegebreaker spam. And it still has your obligatory Namagarok and has the big deal, which is also a pretty good choice.
Andrew does pretty well in most tournaments. You know,
okay.
he's
clearly in Masters, so yeah.
Yeah, it's Mountain Region Masters. So.
Correct. I was going to say the same thing.
Oof.
Ouch.
if you're below me, you know, it's like, why are you there?
This doesn't count for you. You just go.
I can't roll my eyes any further.
Michael, anybody can show up.
Apparently not. Travis can't show up.
Outside of the mountain politics of Andrew getting onto the team, and looking at the other list here to see about the matchup, because I don't know, is it Kate or Cat? Cat. Okay, so I don't know Cat either, so I can't say that I know how their performance has been. Devin would like to point out that he's a Masters player every year, and that speaks to the quality of the position.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the Southeast team.
Yeah,
I mean, I've been to Masters too, so yeah, I guess it's really what's it saying? So
it be like that sometimes, but yeah, so
it do be like that sometimes.
So how do these lists match up, assuming the quality of the players is call it upper mid is going to be my assumption of players' skill here, but like somewhere in the equal level of like they're in Masters, but you know,
some more equal than others. I get it.
Yeah. They're the fresh. These would be the true dark horse picks, quote unquote.
Yeah, I would put Andrew middle of the pack. I don't know about Cat.
Has Andrew been to Masters before? I don't remember.
He was there last year.
I think so.
Andrew has only been playing Kings for a couple years.
Right.
Now. So he's only been playing since I think 2021.
Does he run Bison? Or am I thinking of
someone else? He does run Bison. He took it over from Brian. He was a Warhammer Fantasy guy back in the old days, so he knows all the OKC crew.
Gotcha.
That experience does account for something, really, having Masters experience. So
yeah. And Andrew goes to a lot of tournaments too. Like he's at pretty much every tournament in the Mountain Region.
I mean, I don't dislike this looking through the Salamander list versus this ogre list. Like, I don't dislike it. It's got big chonky blocks versus big chonky blocks.
This was on the short list. This Salamander list was on the short list for my favorite list at Masters. I think that running the bunch of Unblooded is very interesting. Like the Ancients and stuff to back up. I'd be very curious to see how Cat plays it. Because I don't really know how this list plays, so just looking at it on paper, but it looks very interesting to me. I'd love to see how it works at the tabletop.
I really wish the Unblooded were Crush 1 instead of Thunder 1.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, but they'll have Pathfinder, right? It wasn't there Aura Pathfinder somewhere, or did I miss that?
Wild Charge Aura.
Yeah.
Wild
There's Aura
Charge.
Pathfinder
No, there is
from
Pathfinder.
the Battle
Yeah, there's the
Captain as
Pathfinder.
well. So I mean, yeah, they got that going for them. So they're, potentially just as fast or charging faster than ogres, but
obviously
Andrew has so many warriors running around.
Yeah.
right.
And hordes don't like getting stuck up against regiments, especially if they do lose that Thunderous, because hitting on 4s with 30 attacks is cool until you have to, you only hit 15 times, you only wound, 5? Yeah, 5. Yeah, oof.
Or having a Croco Dog rammed into them on a pivotal turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Croc Dogs outrange them.
Is Bane Chant, so there's that.
Yeah.
And Veal, because that was the other thing I was looking at. I was like, after this match, regardless of how this goes, how's this going to match up against like the 4+ shooting spam? Because these are only defense 4, which is rough. But there is the stealthy bubble.
I'm pretty sure Cat has Veil of Shadows, and they're not bringing baby cows. But I think that you're correct.
Veil of Shadows.
I think it'll be just as effective because that Veil of Shadows isn't going to cover the whole army, so
yeah,
they'll just shoot what's not in the Veil.
And Andrew doesn't even have a ton of shooting. He has the lightning bolt, right? I think that's it.
Yeah.
It's not this against this list. It doesn't matter against future. I'm thinking in a 6-game event.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad take.
Yeah.
I was contemplating this matchup.
Oh yeah. This matchup, but
I don't think there's any way Cat breaks these 2 siege breakers that are supported well by the warriors.
Even with the greater fires,
a fire in the flank could break those siege breakers, but
that would require supported well, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, even the fires, I don't think they do enough to break them. And then he has the drain life and the heal from Namagrok to get him back up.
Yeah.
And those siege breakers just destroy everything they touch in Cat's army.
Also, Berserker Bullies are great on the edges. They actually have similar drop counts. Which lets the Berserker Bully, it's going to make it more difficult than the Berserker Bullies because both armies are going to be pretty wide, so they can't really do their, they're not going to get flanked as easily as they would against a more elite army. But I think every game I've played against Berserker Bullies, they've gotten work done.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the Ancients do some chaffy stuff, and it'll be interesting.
But if you're running the Ancients in front as chaff, then they're gonna be slowing down your entire line, which could hurt you depending on the objective.
You still march 8 inches a turn. It's faster than
Sure.
EOD players ever get to go.
Sure. If it's on an empty board.
Yeah. You can position so that they'll get march.
Yeah, it's true. It's
okay.
True. It's true.
But yeah, I do think Andrew does have just the better composition. There's a reason we don't see a lot of Unblooded, I'm pretty sure. We don't see a lot of Salamanders in general these days, but
which is I think Salamanders are still good.
Nature's better.
That's true.
It's the problem.
Just give Salamanders greater air elementals and you'll fix it.
That's true.
No, please God, no.
Give them a fire air elemental.
Yeah.
Just combine it.
Yeah.
Air elemental with Vicious and Crush 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start us off and go Homer for Andrew. So.
Yeah.
I'll echo that.
I will also vote Andrew. I do like the list though quite a bit, and so I'm curious to see how it'll perform for Cat.
Go ahead, Felix.
I'm going for Cat.
So. I'm going to pick Cat as well.
Cool. Well, very curious to see how this one turns out, because if nothing else, if I were to just pick on which list I like better, I like the Salamanders. So, but that's not what we're here to do. We're here to pick who wins and make it true.
Oh, I've been doing it wrong.
Alrighty. This table is it may be there, it may not be there table. But if it is there, this is another interesting ogre list.
Yeah, best
And-
wishes to Brad. Hope he can make it up.
Yep. So on table 31, we have Brad McKay versus Steven DeRose.
I could take Steven's list.
So I'll read it off. Brad.
I can do Brad's.
Alrighty. Start us off. It's an easy one.
Yeah. Brad is running ogres. He's got 4 legions of warrior chariots, 1 with J boots, 1 with the potion of caterpillar, 1 with blade of slashing, and 1 with staying stone. He's got the trooper boomer chariots with the sacred horn, the big deal, the mammoth with the upgrade, a giant, an ASB with the banner of Abbottshire, which is the spellward aura, and it's mounted on a chariot, and then 2 hordes of scarecrows for 10 drops and 26 total unit strength.
Alrighty.
One of the tightest drop lists in the event.
I think there's one other 10-drop army, but yeah,
Yep.
I think it's the smallest. But alrighty. So Steven has 2 legions of Villain penitents. He has a horde of paladin monster slayers with Brew of Strength. He's got 3 regiments of Order of the Abyssal Hunt, 1 with Makwars, 1 with J-Boots, and 1 with the Wine of Elvenkind, a tech choice we don't see as much anymore. 2 Villain skirmishers, 1 troop of those were troops. 1 troop of paladin knights with the skirmishers boots. 1 exemplar chaplain with a sacred horn. The battle hymns upgrade, which gives a aura of fury for Villain only, and Veil of Shadows 3. We have a dictator with the wings of the honey maze, a priest with the conjurer staff, Bane Chant 2, and with a horse. And we have the high chaplain Augustus for 24 unit strength, 13 drops.
So rally on all of that.
Yeah, Steven's got a lot of expensive characters.
I think one thing that legions of ogre chariots don't want to see is legions of infantry that they can't break in one go.
Right.
Yeah.
They need
I-
Tech choice of the penitents is one of my favorite things about his list.
they need a double charge to almost guarantee a kill, but then you have 2 legions of chariots side by side next to each other that can't reform after that. So
Yeah.
Right.
it's not ideal.
Especially with the nimble abyssal hunt. So you can nimble it around and actually get the flank.
Yep.
Yep.
My thing about legions of chariots are like having 1 or 2 is good, and like 1 or 2 is maneuverable enough that you can get them out of a bind, so you can play around that long width or long side. I don't know how I would describe it, but their length is a
Long
problem.
butt.
Yeah, there we go. They're ass. They got a big butt. But when you've got 4 of them, I'm pretty sure Brad's doing this because he had the 4 legions ready to go from his previous Masters list.
Brad's trying his best to get Warrior Chariots banned.
I do think they're a good unit. I don't think you take 6 of them, or 4 of them though. Not 6. I don't know why I said 6. 4 of them. Because
you
of-
would take 6.
I would not take 6. I would take 2 and take 4 regiments. I would take Brenton's list over this.
That's 6.
I wouldn't take 6 legions, and
That's
so
fair.
they just get stuck. They have the same problem that taking large amounts of hordes typically runs into. If you don't play them super wide, then they end up getting stuck against each other. And I would actually argue that it's even worse when you're longer as opposed to hordes, which are wider. Hordes tend to get in this problem where you throw 1 troop against them and they have to fight that troop, and that's all they can do. So you can shut them down by throwing something into them.
Yeah. And
but-
Steven has enough width to kind of compete with Brad on that angle.
Right. Chariots have the opposite issue. They don't get stuck when something charges the front of them. Instead, they get stuck when two of them charge one thing. Which, as Adam said, is pretty much necessary in this case.
The other thing is, too, the 3 units that are going to come into play are the Skirmishers and the Paladin Knights. He has chaff to hold things up so they can't double charge to guarantee a 1 pop. And then he can come in with the Abyssal Hunt, or regiments to kind of pop them back.
He has enough stuff to where if he plays the angles right, 2 of those legions may not even be able to charge on the same turn because of how if he arcs it, because their butt is so wide, they're going to start overlapping other legions of chariot charges and effectively deny himself charges by taking one option, and then the second option will be blocked by his own legions.
Mm-hmm.
I also think, sorry,
it works. It works when you've got the shooting attacks. That's like when Brad's list had 18 shots for each of these legions. Then you don't have to worry about charging things. You just shoot them until they get close enough anyway. And then they don't have enough stuff to force you into those weird engagements. But when it's just melee, he's fighting his own footprint at that point.
That's what I was going to say. Brad has no chaff removal other than the boomers shooting, but I don't really see them doing much shooting. So Steven's going to get a lot of use out of his skirmishers and his nimble Paladin Knights. Which is going to make him be able to get the engagements that he wants.
Yeah. He also, I mean, he outdrops. This is the other issue with only being 10 drops. Like the hordes of scarecrows, they can't either have to choose not to keep up with the chariots, or they stay back to score, or they try to chaff stuff up in front of the chariots, I guess.
I don't see a situation I don't see a situation where you run them in front of the chariots because you're spending so much points on those chariot legions for their speed.
You could put them in between the chariots potentially. I mean, I do think you can run them in front because you can use the double charge effectively, and then that gives some option to keep the chariots from being... You need something to keep the chariots from being perfectly side to side with each other, because that's what screws you. And it does give just enough extra attacks to potentially burst through some of the normal hordes, not these legions of things, but like normal hordes of infantry. Those extra attacks are probably just enough to tip it over.
I mean, even pushing into those Paladin Monster Slayers, like, I think, so like if they're rallied by Augustus, that's like a nerve of 25 with Fury. I don't think one Warrior Chariot Legion with some Scarecrows are even gonna pop the Monster Slayers. Now, popping the Order of Abyssal Hunts for sure at that point, but it's gonna be tricky getting into them if Steven plays his chaff right.
15-17 nerd hates legions of ogre chariots, but 22-24 is usually okay.
And Steven does need double charges to take any of those chariots off, but he's going to be much more in a position to actually get those double charges than Brad will be.
And
if Steven wavers anything in Brad's army, it's not going to attack back, whereas Steven's army has like Fury across the board.
Yeah. It is Brad, so, never know.
Yeah. Brad is a very good player.
How much practice is he getting anymore? I don't know if he's busy at all, or...
I will counter that with Mr. Masters, like his graduate master, Steven, who has not gotten a ton of practice either.
That's true. But Steven's been playing this army forever.
Yeah. That's true.
Whereas I don't think I've seen Brad play this. Like, I've seen him play 4 legions of chariots, just not combat chariots.
Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't even
I'm
mind
gonna
seeing
start
like 4
off.
legions of elf chariots again. Just
I'm going to start off. Steven got a homer. So, Steven DeRose, round one, beating a master, former master.
yeah. This may be one of the only times I vote against Brad, but it's as someone who has played that footprint to death, more than 2 is just a pain. It's very difficult, and even with extensive practice, I don't think you run into problems. So I'm gonna give it to Steven, but it is Brad, so you never know.
I'm going to give it to Steven on the sole condition that he's actually playing against Brad. Otherwise, I'm really not sure.
It's also a fair point.
I'm gonna go Steven. I think the chaff will play a big part. Otherwise, the scarecrows will slow up the legions to the point, and he'll still kind of. I mean, he can maneuver things so that it's still a single charge with chaff.
Felix?
Yeah, I think if Brad is able to attend, I will go with Brad because again, former master, you know,
Yeah.
he's got something hidden in that beard of his, so yeah, I'll go with him.
Alrighty. Well, on to our final table for the event and for our cast. Table 32.
Who haven't we talked about yet?
Well, shockingly, this is actually going to be an interesting last table because it's Dustin Howard and Matt
That's
Griffin.
who we haven't talked about.
And Matt Griffin, yeah, he brings the Glade Stalkers. What can we say?
I'll happily read Dustin's list.
I'll
take
get Matt.
Yes.
Starting over at Dustin, we've got more Night Stalkers. 3 regiments of scarecrows, a horde of butchers with the Blade of Slashing, Oda's Oni, so I assume he's running his Oni themed army. The Planner Apparition, 3 regiments of Soul Flayers, as we've seen, 3 Shadow Hulks, a Portal of Despair, and the Beast Stalker Doomhounds, which are 3 troops of Shadow Fangs with Slayer. D6, I believe, is what they get.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's nifty. Comes out to 15 units and 23 unit strength.
All right. Go with Matt Griffin. I believe he's out of the Mid-Atlantic.
Yep.
Bring Sylvankin. He's got 5 regiments of Sylvan Glade Stalkers, 2 regiments of Stormwind Cavalry, a Greater Air Elemental, a Master Hunter with the Scythe of the Harvester, 2 Tree Herders. One is upgraded to the Wilt Father. So nice to see Wilt Daddy getting another appearance here in Masters. Then Elven King with the Gnome Glass Shield, the Shard Blade, which increases his melee to 2+. Then upgrade to the Wanderer, which lowers his defense to 4, increases his speed and attacks to 7, and then gains Pathfinder. So that is 12 total drops at 24 unit strength.
Nifty. It's a lot of Glade Stalkers.
It's a lot of sad Glade Stalkers, I think.
Like I said, he brings the Glade Stalkers, but
I would say that this is karma, because not only do you get to you're playing Glade Stalkers round 1 against a Night Stalkers player, but you're playing round 1 against Dustin Howard playing a Night Stalker list, and it is a very Dustin Howard list.
yes,
A very fast list too, by Dustin standards.
I think somebody's going to be very upset round 2 when they have to play against this Sylvankin list.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a fairly solid list for the Sylvankin. It's just, man, Dustin. I mean, like, it's one of those things, and it's important for when you play in Kings of War. For those that are newer players, like, find what works for you as a list archetype and just
do it.
go with it.
Yeah.
And that's what Dustin has been doing for years. Like, he knows exactly like what archetype he's good at, and just plays it to such a good level of skill. It's amazing.
Yeah. You've got.
But there's no surge. So
oh no,
it's not true Dustin style.
Yeah, I'm surprised Dustin's not running Force of Nature.
Actually. With their elementals.
Yeah.
That would have been my guess.
Very frightened to play. I would have been very frightened to play Dustin against that, because I know he's used this army, these models, as Force of Nature in the past.
Yeah.
I'm surprised these. Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I was going to say, supposedly he's not allowed to play them.
I mean, is it one of those dojo things where X is not allowed to play whatever for whatever reason?
They would have been banned by now, Greater Air Elementals, if Dustin got his hands on them. So
it's true.
I will say this: I'm a little surprised the Sylvankin player does not have a character, whether it's a Forest Warden or something like that. Because with the Tree Herders, you're not going to want to use the Surge, but because you want him in combat. But he still has a Greater Air Elemental.
Yeah. I think he's just threatening it, or he's going to play it as like a Beast of Nature.
It's definitely. Go ahead.
You can actually run the Greater in between the Glade Stalkers and then prevent things from getting charges into them by just ramming the Greater Air Elemental in. I've seen people play the Greater Air Elemental in this type of Sylvankin list like that. Jeff Westerhold out of Springfield, Missouri, kind of plays a very similar Sylvankin list using that strategy.
Yeah. I definitely think it's not as efficient when you don't have a Surge caster dedicated to giving it some push, because even in a threat position, just having Surge as an availability like really opens up what you can do from a defensive position with those things. But speaking from experience, Tree Herder can Surge, so you can never discount it, which means the threat is technically still there, even if he doesn't, until he punches it, it's still there.
I do like the Wanderer King with Wilt Daddy. They punch hard together.
Yeah.
He also has some sustain with the Gnome Glass Shield.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah.
Speaking of sustain, Dustin has quite a bit of it.
Yes.
Yep.
3 Shadow Hulks.
Radiance of
3
Life.
Shadow Hulks, Radiance of Life, a Planar Apparition.
Yep.
And he took all the beefy boys. Defense 5 Butchers, Defense 5 Shadow Hulks, Portal of Despair. Like, Dustin's Night Stalkers are probably the worst Night Stalkers to have 5 Glade Stalkers against.
Well, I said it's karma.
Because even so, like, Dustin has Inspiring with the Portal of Despair, whereas I think maybe one other Night Stalker player took the Inspiring Talisman. So one of the big things for shooting wise is, even if you don't do a whole lot of wounds, if you can spike a good nerve roll before Night Stalkers can get Mind Thirst in range,
right,
you can take some stuff off that you probably shouldn't have been able to. So
those Shadowhounds will be like prime targets right away. Like you said, 2 spike, but if Portal of Despair is right behind him, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can even hide him behind it until he needs them, if he wants to use them as chaff. He's got, and against armies that don't have shooting, they're really good just running out there and doing whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
This is what supposedly Tom was super terrified of. 3 Shadow Hulks is absolutely Dustin's thing, though. It's gonna hurt.
It's the most Dustin thing about the list.
Yeah,
that is accurate,
and it is absolutely what specifically Sylvankin Glade Stalkers do not want to see, because Stealthy's going to give them no bonuses, and the Shadow Hulks are defense 5 and stealthy.
And dash 20.
Yeah. And dash
Right.
20.
If you shuffled up all the Night Stalkers lists in the tournament and told me Dustin was playing one of them in a vacuum, I would have said that he's playing this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sure. That's pretty obvious. But specifically in this matchup, like the Shadow Hulks are just the hardest hard counter to the Sylvan King Gladestalkers. Like stealthy, defense 5, dash 20. Like I did mention in a previous matchup, but like Fearless is what really kills Gladestalkers because it's just more nerve that you have to chew through. You have to kill the unit or it can touch you, and once you get touched, they lose a lot of their effectiveness. A lot of their versatility.
Dustin also knows how to play against shooting very well.
Yes.
He's familiar with it. He's weathered it. He's beat it.
It was arguably the only list in the Brad McKay Masters that I would have argued, besides potentially Adams, but that literally came down to who got to shoot first.
Who got to shoot best?
Yeah,
we'll leave it at that.
Sure. But Dustin's army took an absolute hailstorm of bullets in that one between the Stealthy Bubble and Iron Resolve and a whole bunch of other things, and was still able to make contact.
The other thing everyone's talking about Gladestalker. Usually Gladestalkers, as you get closer with the elves and the Twilight Kin, they hit harder.
Right.
These ones do not. So it's not like it's... I mean, yeah, he will hit on 4s instead of 5s, but still, it's not like you're hitting on 3s in combat. Usually with Night Stalkers, with a lot of Night Stalkers the way they're ran now, a lot of low defense, so you don't even want to shoot half the time. You just shoot to shoot and hope for a spike roll, and then once they get close, you charge in. And But, I mean, you can't do that against Dustin's list for the most part. You can against the Shadowhounds, but they're going to get the charge at speed 10.
Dustin will have to weather a few turns of shots, and the Sylvankin are the ones that can keep backing up. But that's going to push them off of objectives and allow Dustin to close the distance, and eventually he will get his charges in, and then
or backing up into, because he's in cover trying to get hindered charges, and if you back up in more cover, that's cover anyways. So the steady aim at that point is negated slightly.
Yeah, and the Shadow Hulks have Striders, so I mean, yeah, it's the best unit to tackle Gladestalkers with, period.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, they just munch on tree herders and eventually win that.
Yeah. It's almost like they're just really good giants, like debatably the best giant. Yeah.
I agree with that. They're the best giant.
Yeah. Especially now that they have even more attacks against things with large amounts of nerve.
Yeah, they didn't. The tree herders do not like to see Shadow Hulks.
Or wait, no, they have Slayers. They're better against bigger things. I take it back. Yeah. So that was always weird. I never understood why they had Slayer and Giants had Slayer instead of Rampage, but
because the Giants have the big club.
But they jump up and down. Anyway, yeah, I think this is. It's also Dustin, like on top of any other things that have to be said. I don't know Matt, but I do know Dustin. Like last year's Masters was, out of all the ones that I could be like, this was the upset of the tournament, Dustin losing his first 2 games was absolutely the upset of the tournament.
He bounced back and won his next 4, so it's not like he's that bad.
Right, but that's my point. Like,
yeah,
like that's what an upset is when someone that you know is gonna, normally win these games doesn't. So there's a reason he's on a lot of people's picks to win it.
He had also gone into that Masters not playing a ton, where I feel like he's been playing more going into this one.
Yeah.
Right.
He was my first overall fantasy pick, so I will start it off. Dustin Howard, 1-0 after game 1.
It's fair.
I'll go with Dustin as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Dustin. I mean, someone said it earlier, but it's going to be a really sad day for whoever has to fight the Sylvankin list in round 2 in the lower tables.
It's Dustin. It's got to be.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to do the landslide against Matt because I've heard about his stuff and he does a lot of work, especially in the Mid Atlantic and Northeast regions. But I'm afraid if I go against Dustin, the next time I see him, he'll put me in a headlock, and I'm not guaranteed to survive that. So I'll have to go with Dustin. So
Don't feel bad, Felix. Matt deserves it. He's running 5 Glade Stalker, so
There is that.
Felix was Matt at Adepticon.
Yes.
He ran the Twilight Kin version, right?
Yes.
Okay, I know he is now.
All right, I think that's only our second 5-0 of the evening.
Yeah, a lot less of them, but
because Felix is here.
Yeah, Felix is throwing some chaos votes.
But, like I said, I went for this one, but I'm afraid Dustin would put me in a headlock, and
he is a scary, scary man.
He's Super Beast for a reason, and I respect it.
All right, we got a little bit of time left to wrap up with some fun questionnaires. Michael, I don't know if you've got that sheet open and want to take these down, but the obvious one, the first one is, who do we think wins the whole thing? Who is your, you think this is the master?
Dustin Howard.
Adam Ballard.
Also a good pick.
Night Stalkers.
Yeah, if we had to pick one army to win it, Night Stalkers is probably the army to pick.
I mean, statistically it is.
Yeah. Low betting average there.
Evelyn Smith.
I'm gonna do a weird one and say Keith. Keith 2 years in a row.
Something that has never happened before.
Yeah.
Didn't you pick him to lose his first game, though?
That's true.
So
I did pick that. So
well, he lost the game last year at Masters.
So either way, I win.
Ooh, I like it.
Hedging bets already. Got it.
I like it. Gosh, I don't even know who I would call to win it.
Pick somebody from your own region, Felix. Who do you feel?
There's a good one. There's a good one in our region. I will say that.
There's 3 good ones in your region.
Yeah, there's a good number of them, but I hate calling because I'm like a bunch of bourbon in, and I can't remember who was all in my region, even though I'm in the group chat. You think I'd know that by now? So hold on, give me a couple minutes. I'll get up in the chat.
Hey,
just
Matt,
real quick.
Just
Matt,
find the list with the most air elementals and pick that one.
What's up?
Matt, your screen for Twitch just went black.
The whole screen or just
the background? We're still up.
Yeah, I did that intentionally.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, just kill the background.
My pick is Mr. Adam Ballard. To quote Garrett, one of our team members, that this is Adam's year to lose. So if you don't win,
blame Garrett.
Up.
Shame on you.
You better win. Love you, buddy.
The biggest fucking curse I could get from my own region. Thank you, guys.
Oh yeah, no, I got 100% faith, but I hope this jinxes you because you can be an asshole sometimes.
All right. Well, I'm going to change my vote now because Travis Tim, there's a slightest chance he might make it.
Bullshit. Jenna's not going to let him go. Jenna's not going to let him go.
But if he did, go, who wouldn't vote for Travis Tim?
You're not wrong,
buddy.
I definitely would have picked him over you. Let's say it that way.
It's a good choice.
Same. I would have given Travis my spot. I'm not gonna lie.
You still can.
Yeah, if he comes, I'll give him my spot. Though.
Give him your plane ticket. That's what he needs.
Yeah,
he doesn't need that.
That is the challenge. All right. Who is the and this is the definition of dark horse for Adam's sake. Who is the person you think could win it all but would still be unexpected?
Felix hasn't picked his overall yet, just to.
Just you. Gosh. Yeah, for the overall, I mean, yeah, it's one of those like there's always that list of people you think is going to be up in that stratosphere every year, and they do pretty well, but might be short of winning. When are they going to actually break through? I guess I'll just go with Dustin just to curse him. I guess.
Headlock incoming.
Yeah. But I voted for him to win, so maybe that'll balance out. I don't know. Don't hurt me, Dustin. Yeah. And what was the next question we were talking about?
Who do we think is the dark horse?
Well, I got a few, but again, I think that dark horse is a stretch for some of these people.
I could start us off. I have a pretty solid dark horse, I think. My original dark horse is unfortunately no longer going to Masters. So I have a secondary pick, which is John Green, or Jack's dad, to be my dark horse. Mostly because he's playing Abyssals and I know how good the army is, but it would be the height of hubris to pick myself, even though I have a better list than John. So I'm going to pick John because he's a better player.
How can he be a dark horse if he won Lone Wolf?
Yeah. Exactly.
See, we had this conversation this other time, and I'm going to say it again. There are some people who you expect to win it all, and then there's some people who are just a little bit below that who could win it, but, like, you know, may not be your first picks. And then you have people who you don't think are going to actually win, and you're kidding yourself if you're saying otherwise.
I think John's in that, like, tier below the best of the best.
Yeah.
Who are in the conversation each year for Masters. And I think if he has a breakout year, gets some good matchups, and goes all the way, he can go all the way. But I don't see him as a favorite. Maybe if he's playing my list.
For the record, I'll be that asshole. That said, there are always far less of those people at Masters just due to the requirements of qualification in most cases. But not in every case, Michael.
Devlin put a good one out there, one of mine on the list. I think it would qualify as a true dark horse, which is Nathan Clevenger.
Yeah, Nathan's a good pick.
That's a good one, yeah.
Again, hedge your bets on Night Stalkers.
I'm going to go with Jesse Berglund.
Yeah, I was going to go with Jesse as well. Like, I mean, there's going to be some, I mean, all Masters champions would admit that there's a lot of matchup luck and stuff like that. I think if Jesse can get the right matchups, I think that is capable within his hands. So.
Well, and he plays a list that's very against the meta. You just don't see it very often.
There's going to be people that just don't know how to play against it. Mm-hmm. And if it's your first time against it, he's going to have the advantage.
Right.
I'm just going to start throwing some names out there. Corey Reynolds, I think, is my Northeast pick for dark horse. Again, I don't actually think that's a dark horse, but he's probably in the actual win it overall talk.
Yeah, he's pretty dominant in the Northeast from what I remember.
But then again, you have Keith Conroy, who's from the Northeast, who's the reigning master. So I guess if you compare the two, then he's a dark horse.
Travis,
I'm going to go with
Keith to still win it, though. So
I'm going to go with Mark Taylor. Like, Trowbridge, in my mind, would have been like a master pick, but I think Mark's list is definitely, at least in my opinion, almost the stronger list. So, and he's definitely a very good pilot for it.
Yep. I think from the Mountain region, Garrett Mercer is a dark horse for Mountain.
Yeah, no.
But again,
Solid pick for Mountain.
If it wasn't for his first matchup, I think Garrett would have been on my short list for.
You can't pick more than one person, Adam.
I said I was just going to start throwing names out here.
8 different regions.
All
right. He's going to pick somebody. He's going to pick his entire fantasy team and just be like, "Yep, they're all dark horses."
Told you so.
You.
All right. I don't know. Any other things? What list was your favorite, regardless of if you think it will win Masters, Dark Horse, or otherwise? What was the favorite list?
I love Jesse Berglund's list. It's my favorite.
As an elf player, I have to pick Keith, that he's the only real elf player here. They all take the other versions, but the list I actually do like, honestly, is Devlin's list. I do like Devlin's list. I wish there was a better pilot for it, but he's a great guy. But yes, I do like his list.
I'm sure Devin would agree. Don't worry.
Ray's 6 Zombie Legions was definitely up there. I have to give it to Brenton. I can't in good conscience vote against that. I just want to see it.
Right. Is that a question mark after?
Yeah.
Definitely question mark.
Why would you pick Devlin? That's all I'm saying. Why would you pick Devlin?
I said the list. I said
the list. The argument wasn't about pilot. It was about list.
No, you know what? That's fair.
Yeah, so you just vote for any list you want here. That's the point.
You can write Sylvankin with apostrophe Devlin if you want. If that makes you feel better.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
So I'm gonna get crap for my region for this, but I'm gonna go with my man Larry for my favorite list. I like the balls of taking a bunch of Frostfangs and ramming them with shit. So
fair.
As a final question, who do you think gets Paragon? This one's a bit harder.
Patrick Zorro Allen.
Fuck you for taking my pick, because that would be a good one.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Dustin. He always has really nice paint, and he's good.
Yeah.
Dan Kamek.
Yeah, that's a good one in chat. He's also a really good dark horse pick.
Hank's another good one.
Yeah, Hank was actually going to be my pick. Like I said,
I'll beat him round 1. So high to the top.
I'll beat him round 1, and then he'll submarine his way back up to Paragon. So you're welcome, Hank.
Corey Reynolds' army has been looking really nice too. He's going to be up there for battle as well. So
yeah, I think I'll go with Dan Kamek for mine as well, just because. Yeah, he's got the 3 aspects of sports, skill on the tabletop and paint. So,
are you just not writing Felix's answers down, or is he just not giving?
He just hasn't answered anything.
I just don't answer anything. That way, I can't be held accountable for anything. I learned from the previous administration how you do it. Just don't answer anything.
Felix, there's nothing that can be held accountable when we say it here.
Okay.
They're writing shit down, but it doesn't fucking matter.
It's not like it's recorded or anything, you know.
Yeah, except for when they message you angrily going, "What did you say about my list?"
All you have to do is say Kappa, and then you're fine. That's how Twitch works.
Oh.
Right, Matt?
I'm a little too old for the whole Twitch thing, so
that's definitely not true for the record, but
now, I'm not half the Midwest old for Twitch, but, I'm getting there.
I'm just looking at all the different players who could potentially get to Tyler Schultz.
Going to be another good choice. Yeah.
Tyler Schultz for
Tyler's
Paradin.
good.
Yeah. I think his list is going to struggle against some of the matchups, but I think bare minimum he goes 4-2 and then high sports scores and pretty amazing paint. So
Right. I mean,
He was
just a smile is just
Yeah.
going to do enough to get you
Yeah.
a couple points.
Yeah, I could see Tyler getting best sportsman for sure. Tyler's a lot of fun.
There's also Grant. He got best sport. One of the best. He got like second best sports last year.
He
I
was
think he got
like
best
second or third Paragon last year, wasn't he?
Yeah. So I mean, that's also
Grant's a good choice. Yeah.
yeah, Grant Feder would absolutely be a good choice.
And he knows
Grant
the
eats
hell
up
out of
those
his
best
list.
sports votes, and his army's beautiful.
That's because he feeds people alcohol all the time he played. He got you hammered at Renegade.
bingo. Like, hey, it works as a formula. So.
It is a tried and true formula for sports votes, man. Is just drink a lot and stop
How do
caring
you
so
think
much.
Devlin wins sports votes?
Grant gets me drunk, but at the same time, he's pouring him the drinks at the same time, so I always beat him.
Uh,
That sounds like a challenge. for the
I
next-
think you're already drunk. That didn't make sense. So.
Last but not least, who do we think is this the year that South doesn't win Best Region for the first time?
Are we talking overall or battle?
Let's start with specifically battle.
I think there's a chance.
Saying there's a chance.
I think there's a lot better chance than previous years. I'd like my odds better if Travis was wingmanning it with me, but
Yeah.
I got you.
Oh, Jesus.
no, South wins.
Yeah, I would. I'd agree that this is probably the best year for somebody to take it from the South for it. But I'm just going to play the odds and just say, hey, they've won it so many years in a row. I say no, they keep it.
I will say that I did think Mountain had a fair shot of it before Travis had to drop.
Next year, though.
Next year.
Just saying. I think Sal's gonna be the underdog next year.
Ooh.
Except that
For the record, I do think it'll still be the South. But I'll try my hardest, guys.
Well, I guess the South will always still claim they win if Mountain Region somehow pulls it out because we took Matt from them. So,
And next year we'd take Jeff.
Yeah.
we didn't take.
No,
You
no.
applied that
Jeff
to
abstained.
So
So
you never will.
yeah, it'll have been a full year at that point. So at that point, he'll be fully in Colorado. No debate, no argument. Alrighty. Anyone got any last minute predictions they want to throw out there? All right. Well, with that being said, those of you out there already traveling or soon to travel, have a safe trip. We'll see you in 3 whole days now. Obviously super exciting. It'd be great to see everyone again. But yeah, thanks for watching, and everyone have a great and fantastic rest of y'all's night.